One is in the binder under Exhibit 31, and the board that we've been using is Exhibit 45. Those are the month of December 2020, and then that Exhibit 32, which is in the binder representing the month of January 2021, and the board, Exhibit 46, representing January 2021, that those exhibits are accurate representations of those month years.
Now I see the board for December 2020.
Showing that to you now.
Thank you.
So stipulated yan.
The court accepts that stipulation. Those are accurate reflections of the day of the month for those respective years. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people call Pablito Tabalanza.
Right over here, sir. Yourself right here. I'd like you to raise your right hand. You see somebody right over here?
Yeah.
And we got an interpreter right here for you, sir, okay? That's fine, right there, sir. Right there, sir. Raise your right hand.
Taas ko niya kayo.
Do you solemnly state on the penalty of perjury that the testimony provided in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Okay, sir. Take a seat right up there in the witness stand, right here. Where that leads.
Can you use that? I think I can use this one.
Okay.
Your Honor,
I know that he is being assisted by
Alam ko na siya.
Tagalog interpreter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Dulce Pino, Tagalog Certified Interpreter, certification number 5891112. Oath is on file, Your Honor. Good morning.
The interpreter's identification has been verified by the court. Sir, can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Pwede pong pakisabi ang buong pangalan ninyo at bigay niyo po yung spelling.
Ako po si Pablito Tabalanza.
I am Pablito Tabulanza.
Please spell your last name for us.
Paki-spell niyo po yung apelido ninyo.
Tabalanza.
Talalbanza.
C as in zebra.
Z as in zebra.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your
Magandang
Honor.
umaga po.
Sir, I will ask that you respond in Tagalog, and then the interpreter will interpret into English for us.
Hihilingin lang po na sumabog po kayo sa Tagalog at isasalin po yun ang kadasalin niya
Okay.
para sa kanila. Yes, Your Honor.
And the court does recognize that often witnesses speak English and their native language, but they feel more comfortable with an interpreter. So,
Kinikilala po ng korte na ang testigo po ay nagsasalita ng Ingles, pero mas komportable sila sa kanilang lingwahe.
Yes.
you may
Yes.
Mr. Tabalanza.
Yes, morning.
Tabalanza, magandang umaga po.
I'm going to show you a picture on the screen. It's been marked as Courts Exhibit 3-1. Who is that person up on the screen?
Papakita po dyan sa screen na yan ang isang exhibit po, isang katibayan, at ito po yung minatahan na may numero pong sinabi. At sino po yung taong yan?
Yung anak ko, si Maya.
That's my child, Maya.
Do you know who Maya was married to?
Alam niyo po ba kung sino ang asawa ni Maya?
Opo,
Yes, ma'am.
What is his name?
Ano pong pangalan niya?
Larry Millete.
Larry Millete.
See Mr. Millete in court here today?
Nakikita niyo po ba sa Ginoong Millete niya
Yes.
sa korte? Yes.
Could you point to him and tell us an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Pwede niyo po bang ituro siya sa amin at ipaliwanag niyo, isalarawan niyo kung ano ang suot niya?
Is there.
He's there.
Itim ang suot.
He's wearing black clothing.
Could the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant?
Sinabi lang po na maituro ng testigo ang sasaktan.
Not yet.
Mr. Tabalanza, can you be more specific about an article of clothing or something distinct about the person you just pointed?
Hindi ko tabala sa niyo po bang mas isalarawan pa ng mas espesipiko kung ano yung mga kasuotan at kung meron pang karagdagan na nakikita tangi-tangi doon sa itinuro ninyo.
Yung parang Amerikana, yung So, may necktie.
He's wearing a business suit and wearing a necktie.
What color is the necktie?
Ano pong kulay ang kanyang pagpata?
Parang red and silver.
It seems like it's red and silver.
The record will reflect that he has identified the defendant.
Ipapakita ko sa itatala lang po na nakilala niya na tukoy niya yung nasasaktan. Yes.
Mr. Tabalanza, when did you meet the defendant, Mr. Millete?
Ginoong Tabalansa, kailan niyo po nakita na nakilala yung ang nasasakdal na si Ginoong Millete?
Nakita ng ano nakita?
What do you mean meet?
When were you first introduced to the defendant, Mr. Millete?
Kailan po kayo unang ipinakilala sa nasasakdal na si Ginoong Millete?
Ngayon lang pinakilala. Ano ibig sabihin ng pinakilala?
He was just introduced to me now. What do you mean introduced?
How long have you known Mr. Millete?
Gaano niyo na po katagal kakilala si Ginoong Millete?
How many
What?
years?
Ilang taon na po?
Mula nung nag-asawa na sila ni Maya, doon ko na nakilala.
Since they got married, him and Maya, I've known him.
How old was Maya when she married him?
Ilang taon kaya nung nag-asawa sila?
Ay, palagay ko, under age 17 yun. 17 siguro.
I think she was underage, maybe 17.
17 when she met him or 17 when she married him?
17 po nung makilala niya o 17 nung mag-asawa sila?
Siguro mga nag-asawa sila.
Maybe when they got married.
Hindi ko, kasi nag-aaral pa ng high school si Maya noon sa 4th year.
Because she was still in high school then, in 4th year.
So is it fair to say you've known the defendant for almost over 20 years?
Tama lang pong bang sabihin na kilala niyo na yung nasasakdal ng mahigit 20 taon na?
Wala siguro.
Probably.
Over the years, did you communicate on a regular basis with the defendant?
Sa mga buong taon po na yon, nakipag-communica ba kayo sa nasasakdal?
Yung,
Yes.
Would you talk to him on the telephone?
Nakakausap niyo po ba siya sa pamamagitan ng telepono?
opo.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you communicate at all by using text messages?
Nakikipag-usap ba kayo sa kanya kung siya ninyo sa pamamagitan ng yes?
Hindi.
So it would be solely by telephone. Is that correct?
Tama po bang sabihin na ito sa pamamagitan lang ng telepono?
Cellphone.
Cellphone.
Sir, how old are you?
Ilang taon na po kayo, Ginoo?
73 na ngayon.
I'm now 70.
Ano,
I'm now
running
70.
73, I was 73 by this 25.
I'm running 73. I will be 73 this 25.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Salamat.
And how old was your daughter Maya when you last saw her?
Ilang taon po yung anak ninyo si Maya nung huli ninyo siyang makita?
Hindi ko na alam. Mga 39 yata. 39 o mag-40 na siguro.
I don't know anymore. Probably 39 or she was turning 40.
Do you remember when you last saw your daughter Maya?
Natatandaan niyo po ba kung kailan yung huling nakita yung anak ninyo si Maya?
Noong bago siya nawala.
Ano po?
Noong bago siya nawala.
Before she disappeared.
When did you see her? Was there an occasion?
Kailan niyo po siya nakita? Meron po bang okasyon?
Sa bahay nila.
At their home?
Where was their home?
Nasaan po yung bahay nila?
Chula Vista.
In
San Miguel, Chula Vista.
in San Miguel, Chula Vista.
Do you know the street?
Alam niyo po yung kalye?
Parang kalye. Ano yun?
It seems like a street.
Nakalimutan ko na yata.
What was that? I think I forgot.
Does Paseo Los Gatos sound familiar?
Could you please repeat that, Council?
Does Paseo Los Gatos sound
Oo.
familiar?
Thank you. Yung po bang salitang Paseo Los Gatos, mukhang familiar po ba sa inyo?
Oh, yun
Yes.
yun ang alam kong street nila.
That's the street that I know.
Did you see your daughter Maya at Christmas time,
Nakita niyo po ba yung anak ninyo si Maya?
December 2020?
Nung Pasko, nung Disyembre po nung taong 2020?
Opo.
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you 3-2, which is up on the screen.
May papakita po ko sa inyo
Does that look like a photo
dalawa.
from
Nasa
Your
screen.
family celebration at Christmas 2020?
Yung po ba yung litrato ng selebrasyon ng pamilya ninyo nung taong 2020 po?
Opo.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see your daughter Maya after Christmas 2020?
Nakita niyo po ba yung anak ninyong si Maya pagkatapos ng Pasko nung taong 2020?
Ah.
Yes, ma'am.
When did you see her?
Kailan niyo po siya nakita?
Sa kanila, bahay nila.
Their house.
Tell us about when you saw her at the house.
Sabihin niyo po sa amin kung nung makita niyo siya tungkol doon sa nung makita niyo siya sa bahay nila.
Naligaya rin. Okay rin siya.
She was happy. She was okay.
What were you doing at the house?
Ano,
What was the reason for you being at the house?
ano pong ginagawa ninyo doon sa bahay? Ano po yung dahilan bakit nandun kayo sa bahay?
Ano lang, yung binibisita ko lang sila paminsan-minsan.
I was just visiting them. I visit them once in a while.
At that time, during Christmas 2020 into January 2021, where were you living?
Nung panahon po na yun, lang Pasko nung taong 2020 hanggang Enero po nung taong 2021, saan po kayo nakatira?
Sa Moreno Valley.
Ano?
Moreno Valley.
In Moreno Valley.
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 Who did you live with in Moreno Valley?
Sino po ang kasama niyong naninirahan sa Moreno Valley?
Yung anak ko panganay, Marie Chris.
My eldest child.
Saka,
Sige.
saka yung misis ko,
My eldest child,
misis,
ano po pangalan?
asawa ko Noemi Tabalas.
Pangalan ko.
Noemi. Ay, anak ko, Marie Chris.
With my eldest child, Mary Chris, and my wife, Noemi.
How far away from Vista is Moreno Valley?
Gaano po kalayo ang Moreno po? Ang Chula Vista po sa Moreno Valley.
Hindi ko alam ang milya, pero kung nag-drive ako, walang hindi masyadong matraffic, makukuha ko yun ng 1 oras at kalahati.
I do not know how many miles, but when I drive, I could get there in an hour and a half time.
And you still drive?
Nagmamaneho
Yes.
pa po ba kayo? Yes, ma'am.
The year 2020, was it common for the defendant, Mr. Millete, to welcome?
Noong taong po 2020 po, ang pangkaraniwan lang po ba na tatawag sa inyo yung nasasakdal na si Ginoong Millete sa telepono?
Hindi, minsan madalas.
Ano po?
Minsan madalas.
Sometimes it's most of the time.
Can you explain what you mean by that?
Pwede niyo po bang ipaliwanag kung anong ibig niyo sabihin sa sagot ninyo?
Masyado hindi masyadong marami, pero mostly karamihan tumatawag siya hanggang sa tawag siya ng tawag ko minsan.
Not a lot of times, but sometimes he keeps calling.
What would be the nature of the phone calls? What was the subject of the conversations?
Ano po ang nilalaman ng mga pagtawag niya? Ano po ang nilalaman ng mga pag-uusap?
Tinatawagan ako kung para kausapin ko si Maya. Sabi ko sa kanya, anong sasabihin ko? Wala naman siyang sa akin.
He would call me to ask me to talk to Maya. I asked him, what would I tell her? She has nothing on me.
Can you describe what the defendant would say to you in these phone calls when he would ask for help with Maya?
Pwede niyo po bang isalarawan kung ano ang hinihingi ng nasasakdal sa inyo sa mga tawag nito sa telepono? Ano po ang gusto niyang sabihin ninyo kay Maya?
Pagsabihan ko raw siya, bigyan ko raw siya ng payo, humihingi siya ng payo, pero wala na naman akong masabi na may bigay na payo kasi nakausap siya, ilang beses ko na nakausap si Maya na binigyan ko siya ng payo. Larga naman siya ng larga ng tawag sa akin. Kaya sinasabi ko na kay Maya noon na si Larry palaging tatawag sa akin.
Interpret ko po.
Okay.
I told him I have nothing to tell Maya because I've already gave my advice, and he would. I have no more advice to give, and I told him I've already talked to her, but she would still keep calling, and he would call me.
Was your son-in-law, Mr. Millete, asking you for some advice?
Hindi po bang manugang ninyo, si Ginoong Millete, humihingi ng payo mula sa inyo?
Hindi siya humingi sa akin ng payo.
He doesn't ask advice from me.
What would he ask you for help in the phone calls?
Humihingi ba siya ng tulong? Anong tulong ang hinihingi niya sa inyo sa mga tawag na yun sa telepono?
wala siyang hinihinging tulong.
No, he doesn't ask for help.
What was he asking you?
Ano pong hinihingi niya mula sa inyo?
Yun lang, yung bigyan ko ng payo yung si Maya.
Just to give Maya advice.
What kind of advice did Mr. Millete want you to give to Maya?
Ano pong klaseng payo ang gustong ni Ginoong Millete na ibigay ninyo kay Maya?
Yung nga ang tinagtataka ko kung anong klaseng payo ang gusto niya. Wala naman akong maibigay na payo.
That was what I was wondering because I have what kind of advice he wants me to give. I have no advice to give.
Was Mr. Millete concerned about something in these phone calls with you?
Si Ginoong Millete po ba meron siyang ipinag-aalala dito sa mga mga tawagan niya sa telepono? Meron ba siyang ipinag-aalala?
Wala naman.
Nothing.
Why was he calling you to ask for you to give advice to Maya?
Bakit po siya tumatawag sa inyo para sabihin sa inyo na magbigay ng payo kay Maya?
What was Mr. Millete saying to you
Ano,
in these phone calls?
dito po sa mga tawag sa telepono na ito, ano po yung mga salita na ginagamit ang sinasabi sa inyo ni Ginoong Millete?
Yung sabi niya, kausapin niyo naman si Maya. Tulungan niyo naman ako, sabi niya. Anong tulong kami may ibibigay ko?
He told me to, could you please help me talk to Maya? And then I told him, what can I do? What help can I do?
Was this help with her job or with her children or with their marriage? What was the subject of his conversation with you?
Ito pong sa pag-uusap ninyo sa telepono na ito po ba humihingi siya ng tulong na payo tungkol sa trabaho, sa mga anak, o sa pagiging mag-asawa nila? Ano po yung nilalaman ng pag-uusap ninyo?
Sa pag-asawa nila.
About their marriage?
What was his conversation with you about their marriage?
Ano po ang pag-uusap ninyo, pakikipag-uusap ninyo tungkol sa pagiging mag-asawa nila?
Lagi silang nag-aaway.
Always fighting?
Did Mr. Millete want you to give advice for Maya to leave the marriage or stay in the marriage or something else?
Si Ginoong Millete po ba gusto niya magbigay kayo ng payo para umalis siya o humiwalay siya sa pagiging mag-asawa nila o kaya manatili silang mag-asawa o meron pang iba?
Wala pang alam. Yung gusto nilang mag-iwalay o ano. Pero ang alam ko, lagi silang nag-aaway. Hindi ko alam, pero ang ano ko, na alam ko lang na gusto na lang yata silang mag-iwalay.
I have no idea whether they wanted to separate or stay together, but they were always fighting, that I know, and maybe they just wanted to be separated from each other.
Did you have conversations with your daughter Maya about whether she wanted to stay in the marriage with Mr. Millete?
Nakausap niyo po ba yung anak ninyong si Maya kung gusto niyang manatili sila mag-asawa o yung panatilihin niya yung pagiging mag-asawa nila ni Ginoong Millete?
Hindi.
No.
Did your daughter Maya talk to you about things happening that were private in her personal life?
Yung anak mo kinausap kayo sa mga bagay na nangyayari sa kanya sa pribado niyang buhay?
Hindi, pero minsan nag-uusap yata kami noon na nung sinawagan ako ni Larry, tapos Tinawagan ko si Maya na sinabi ko kay Maya na tumawag na naman si Larry.
Okay, sandali lang po. No, but there was one time that I believe were talking to each other, and then I called Maya to tell her that Larry called me again.
And then sabi ni Maya sa akin, pabayan mo lang. Sabi niya,
And then Maya told me just ignore him.
Would you say that Mr. Millete called you more often in 2020 than in previous years?
Masasabi niyo po ba na si Ginong Millete ay mas maraming tawag niya sa 2020 kumpara sa mga nakaraang mga taon?
mas maraming tawag niya sa akin kaysa ibang taon.
Yes, he had more calls than the previous years.
And were the calls similar? In other words, the subject matter was similar in each of those calls?
Sa bawat pong tawag na yon, yung mga pinag-uusapan po ba pare-pareho lang?
Pare-pareho.
Similar.
Regarding the nature of their marriage?
Tungkol po sa katayuan, ang kalagayan ng pagiging mag-asawa nila? Yes, ma'am.
At Christmas 2020, did you see Maya and Mr. Millete together?
Nung taon po, taon po 2020 po, nung Pasko, nakita niyo po ba si Ginoong Millete at si Maya na magkasama?
Oh,
Yes.
Did you see the way they acted when they were around one another?
Nakita niyo po ba kung ano yung klase, kung paano sila kumikilos, yung gawin nila pagka sila ay magkasama?
si Maya nasa loob ng bahay, itong si Larry nasa labas.
Maya was outside the house. Maya was inside the house, and Larry was outside.
Did Maya appear to be happy with Mr. Millete?
Nagmukha bang maligaya si Maya na kasama si Ginoong Millete?
Maligaya siya dahil andun sila sa lahat ng mga kapatid niya, saka siya maligaya.
She was happy because she was with her siblings.
Pero itong si Larry sa labas parang malungkot.
But Larry, he was outside and he seemed unhappy.
Describe the way Larry acted at Christmas.
Isalarawan niyo po kung ano po yung pagkilos ni Larry nung Pasko.
Parang nakaganito. Wala na, hindi na siya nakatayo sa labas.
He was just standing outside, his arms were folded this way, and the witness just crossed his arms, and he was just standing outside.
I would concur that the witness crossed his arms in front of his body, as the interpreter indicated.
So,
Did you notice anything else about the way your daughter and Larry interacted that day?
Meron pa po ba kayong ibang napansin kung paano po yung pagsasalamuha po ng anak ninyo at nila po ano pong paraan?
Parang wala silang sa isa't isa.
It seems like they don't care about each other.
Did you have any conversations with Larry on Christmas?
Nagkaroon po ba kayo ng pakikipag-usap kay Larry Pasko?
Hindi.
No, none.
After Christmas, during the first week of January 2021, and I'll refer you to the calendar behind you.
Pagkatapos po ng Pasko, nung unang linggo ng Enero ng taong 2021, tuturo ko po kayo sa kalendaryo na sa likuran ninyo.
Did your daughter Maya ask for your help with babysitting?
Humingi po ba ng tulong ang anak ninyong si Maya tungkol sa pag-aalaga ng anak?
Opo.
Yes, ma'am.
What did she request?
Ano po ang hiniling niya?
Punta ka sa bahay, Papa, alagaan mo muna itong yung bunso nila, si Lazaro.
She asked me, Papa, could you please come to the house and to take care of their youngest, Lazaro.
Is that Lazarus?
Lazarus po ba?
Lazaro yata ang pangalan yun.
I think it's Lazaro, I do not know.
Did you also know him by a different name?
Nakilala niyo rin po ba siya sa ibang pangalan?
Oo. Ano ang pangalan yung bata niyo?
Yes, what was the name of that child again?
Do you know the name Tristan?
Ano niyo po ba yung
Tristan,
pangalan ni
Tristan. Apo, Tristan.
Yes, Tristan, yes, ma'am.
Mr. Cabalanza, do you have a lot of grandchildren?
Ginoong Kaplata-Balansa, marami po ba kayong mga apo?
Marami po.
I have a lot.
How many grandchildren?
Ilan po mga apo ninyo?
Siguro 16.
Maybe 16.
And Lazarus is Maya's youngest child.
Si Lazarus po ang bunsong anak ni Maya.
Yun po.
Yes, ma'am.
When did your daughter Maya ask you to come to the house to watch Lazarus?
Kailan po kayo pinapunta ni Maya pumunta sa bahay para alagaan hindi na alagaan ninyo si Lazarus po?
Bago siya nawala.
Before she disappeared.
If you look at the calendar behind you,
Kung titingnan niyo po yung kalendaryo sa likuran niyo.
Yes. May approach.
and you see that Thursday, January 7th, is this, we're pointing here.
Nakikita niyo po yung Webes ng ika-7 ng Enero kung saan niya tinuturo.
Opo.
Yes, ma'am.
New Year's Day would have been the Friday before that.
Ang bagong po yung Biyernes bago nun.
In looking at the calendar, if you know, do you recall what day it was that she asked you to come to the house?
Sa pagtingin po sa kalendaryo, kung alam niyo lang po, alam niyo matatanda niyo ba kung kailan kayo pumunta sa bahay?
Nung bago siya nawala at sinabi niya sa akin na pupuntahan ko, babysitting ko yung bunsong anak niya.
Before she disappeared, she asked me to babysit her youngest child.
Pero hindi ako pumunta kasi si Larry tinawagan ako
But I did not go because Larry called me
na hindi na ako pupunta kasi pupunta siya yung auntie niya doon.
that I don't have to come because his auntie will come.
Do you recall that she had called you on that Monday, January the 4th, or
Nata-
some other day that week?
Natatandaan niyo po ba kung tinawagan niya kayo ng ika-4 nung Lunes po o may mga iba pang araw?
Lunes.
Petsa?
Monday the 4th.
And when did she want you to come to the house?
At kailan niya po kayo gustong pumunta sa bahay?
Sa araw din yun.
On that same day,
Were you planning to go to the house to help Maya watch her son?
Balak niyo po bang pumunta dun sa bahay para tulungan si Maya na alagaan yung anak niyang lalaki?
yes, ma'am.
Did you go?
Nagpunta ba kayo?
Hindi kasi tinawagan ako itong si Larry na huwag na akong pumunta.
No, because Larry called me not to go.
Did you talk to your daughter again after Larry told you not to go?
Kausap niyo pa po ba uli yung anak ninyong babae pagkatapos kayo sabihan ni Larry na huwag nang pumunta?
Opo.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about what happened with that phone call.
Sabihin niyo po kung ano nangyari doon sa pag-uusap sa telepono na yun.
Tinawagan ako ni Maya tapos sinagot ko siya at sinabi ko na hindi na ako pupunta kasi Larry ako pupunta dyan.
I answered her call and then I told her that I'm not going anymore because Larry doesn't want me to go.
How did your daughter Maya's voice sound when she learned this information?
Ano ang tono ng boses ng anak ninyong si Maya nung pagkatapos niya malaman itong impormasyon na ito?
Sa tono ng boses, parang galit na.
With the tone of her voice, she sounded like she was mad.
How long did you talk with her on the phone?
Gano'n niyo po siya katagal na nakausap sa telepono?
Hindi masyadong matagal.
Not for a long time.
Was that the last time that you spoke with your daughter?
Yun po ba yung huling pagkakataon na nakausap ninyo yung anak ninyong babae?
Opo.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I get the day or time period of this conversation?
Oh, when was this phone conversation with your daughter?
Kailan po nangyari itong pag-uusap ninyo sa telepono na kausap niya anak ninyong babae?
Yung Lunes yata yung linggo. Hindi ko alam,
I
yung Lunes o linggo yun.
I think it was on a Monday or a Sunday. I do not know whether it was a Monday or Sunday.
But you were previously, I think, indicating that it would have been Monday, January 4th. Is that correct?
Sa sinasabi niyo po, mukhang ito po yung Lunes na yon ng ika-4 po ng Enero. Tama po ba yan?
Siguro yung 4 yun.
Probably it was the 4th.
And it's your memory today that she asked you, excuse me, to come to the house that same day or
At
the
yun,
following day?
yun pong naaalala nyo ngayon na sinabihan kayo na pumunta kayo pa nung araw na yun mismo o sa sumunod na araw?
Sa araw na yun mismo.
On that same day.
So that would have been January 4th, 2021.
Kaya magiging lumalabas po na ika-4 po ng Enero yon taong 2021. Yes.
Did you then go to your daughter Maya's house on Saturday, January 9th?
Nagpunta ba kayo sa bahay ng anak ninyong si Maya nung Sabado, ika-9 ng Enero?
Oo.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you go to the house?
Bakit po kayo pumunta dun sa bahay?
Kasi nung araw na yun, Sabado, ng umaga, tinawagan ako ng anak ko si JR at sinabing punta ka sa bahay ni Maya at may nangyaring masama.
Because that Saturday morning, my child JR called me and asked me to go to Maya's house and telling me that something bad happened.
Where were you when you spoke to JR? Were you in Moreno Valley?
Nasaan po kayo nung makausap niyo si JR? Nasa Marina Valley po ba kayo?
Opo, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
How did you get from Moreno Valley to Maya's house?
Paano po kayo nakapunta galing sa Marina Valley po papunta sa bahay?
Nag-drive ako.
I drove.
Kasama ko ang misis ko.
I drove with my wife.
And that is your wife, Nomi?
Yes.
Yun po yung asawa niyo si Nomi?
Yes,
ma'am.
Is that spelled Noemi?
Yun ang spelling po ba no Noemi?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
What time did you get to Maya's house on January 9th?
Anong oras po kayo nakarating sa bahay ni Maya noong ika-9 ng Enero?
Hindi ko matandaan pero alam ko mga alas 8, alas 9 siguro.
I don't remember clearly, but I believe it was around 8 or 9.
Could it have been closer to noon?
Ito po ba'y malapit na sa bandang tanghali?
No. Opo.
Yes, ma'am.
What happened when you got to the house?
Ano pong nangyari nung makarating kayo dun sa bahay?
Nung dumating ako sa bahay, pumunta ko sa loob. Nakita ko to sila.
When I got to the house inside, I saw Larry.
At tinanong ko sa kanya kung nasaan si Maya.
I asked him where Maya is.
What did he say?
Sabi niya,
Ano po sabi niya?
Sabi niya nasa kwarto sa taas.
She said she's inside the room upstairs.
At ang ginawa ko, tumakbo ako pumunta sa taas at inaknak ko yung pintuan.
What I did, I ran upstairs and then I knocked on the door.
Walang sumagot.
No one answered.
Binundol ko ng binundol yung kwan. Wala.
I just kept bumping the door. I kept doing it repeatedly.
Nung walang
Just for the record, the witness sitting there with his right elbow, moved his right elbow
like this.
several times, moved his right elbow to the side.
Pinapaliwanag lang po na yung testigo, ginagalaw niya yung kanyang siko sa patagilid ng paulit-ulit.
As he described hitting the door.
Habang pinapaliwanag niya kung paano niya binubundol yung pinto.
Mr. Tavalanza, where was Larry when you were knocking on your daughter's door?
Yun ang Palansa na, sumakatok kayo sa pinto.
Sa likod ko.
Right behind me.
And what was this the door to your daughter's bedroom?
Ito po ba yung pants para sa kwarto ng anak ninyong babae?
Opo.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you try to open the door?
Sinubukan niyo po bang buksan yung pintuan?
Opo. Ginanong ko yung hindi mabuksan.
Yes, ma'am. I turned it. It won't open.
How many times, did you first knock on the door?
Kumatok po ba muna kayo sa pintuan?
Opo.
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you start hitting the door with your elbow the way you just described?
Bakit niyo po sinimulan na banggain, bundulin ng siko ninyo gaya ng pagkakapaliwanag ninyo? Bakit niyo sinimulan yon?
Kasi walang sumagot.
Because no one answered.
Were you trying to make more noise?
Gumawa pa ba kayo, mas nag-ingay pa ba kayo?
Lakas ng anak ko. Nang tawag ko sa anak ko.
I called her loudly.
What were you saying?
Ano pong sinasabi ninyo?
Sabi ko, Maya, Maya.
I called her Maya, Maya.
How long were you knocking on the door and calling your daughter's name?
Gaano po kayo katagal na kumakatok sa pinto na tinatawag ninyo yung pangalan ng anak ninyo?
Hindi naman masyadong matagal.
Not for a while. Not for a long time.
Would you say more than a minute, a few minutes?
Yan, maaari siguro.
Masasabi niyo po ba na mahigit sa isang minuto o mahigit sa mga 5 minuto po?
Maaari siguro. Mga 5 minuto, ganun.
Probably for about 5 minutes.
Where was the defendant standing when you were making these efforts to try to call out to your daughter inside the room?
Nasaan po nakatayo yung nasasakdal habang sinusubukan yung tawagin yung anak ninyo na nasa loob ng kwarto?
Nasa likuran ko.
Right behind me.
What happened next?
Ano pong nangyaring sumunod na nangyari?
Kung walang sagot at tinanong ko kay Larry kung may susi. Sabi niya, yun.
When no one was answering, I asked Larry if he has a key. He said, yes, I have.
And can you describe or show us again what you just did with your hand?
Pakita nyo nga po uli, sa larawan nyo uli kung ano yung ginawa nyo ngayon sa kamay ninyo.
Binuksan niya, kinuha niya yung susi sa bulsa niya, tapos binuksan niya yung pintuan.
He took the key out of his pocket and then he opened the door.
For the record, the witness gestured as if putting his right hand, or did put his right hand down into his pocket as if to retrieve keys from his pocket.
Pinaliwanag lang po na yung kayo po yung testigo na sa kamay ninyo, na kinuha ninyo yung umakto kayong kinuha niyo yung susi sa bulsa.
It also appears as if he pantomimed putting the key in the lock.
Yes.
At sinabi rin po nakaragdagan doon na parang umakto rin po kayo na binuksan ninyo yung kandado.
Did this,
Nagulat po ba kayo dito?
Nang buksan niya yung pinto.
When he opened the door?
did it surprise you when Larry had a key in his pocket?
Nagulat ba kayo? Nagtaka ba kayo na may nasa bulsa ni Larry yung susi?
Opo,
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
Bakit po?
hindi dapat na kasi hindi siya pumapasok sa kwarto.
Let's
Hindi.
clarify. Ano po yan? Hindi dapat na ano?
Hindi dapat na may susi siya kasi si Maya lang doon sa kwarto.
He's supposed to keep because Maya is the only one who gets into that room.
What, did the key open the door?
Kung paano ginamit yung susi, nabuksan po ba yung pinto?
Opo,
Yes, ma'am.
And prior to opening the door, did Mr. Millete tell you that he had a key?
Bago po sa buksan yung pinto, sinabi ba sa inyo na Ginoong Millete na meron siyang susi?
opo.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, let me rephrase that. Before you asked Larry, did he tell you he had a key before you asked him?
Bago po, ulitin lang po. Bago po ninyo tinanong si Larry. Counsel, would you please repeat the question?
Yes. Did you know that Larry had a key to Maya's room?
Alam niyo po ba na hawak ni Larry yung susi sa kwarto ni Maya?
Hindi.
No, ma'am.
Did you only learn that when he pulled the key from his pocket?
Nalaman niyo lang po ba yon nung kunin niya yung susi mula sa bulsa niya?
Opo.
Yes, ma'am.
What happened when you opened the door to Maya's room?
Ano po nangyari nung binuksan niya yung pintuan sa kwarto ni Maya?
Pumasok ako doon sa kwarto niya. Tinawag ko si Maya. 2 beses. So, Wala.
I went inside her room. I called Maya twice, but
wala.
none.
Sumunod sa akin, si Larry, dumiretso siya sa mesa ni Maya kung saan siya nagtatrabaho. At sinabi sa akin, wala yung credit card niya.
And then Larry followed me. She went straight to Maya's table where she works, and then he said, "Oh, the credit card is not here."
Was that unusual to you?
Yung po ba yung kataka-taka para sa inyo?
Siyempre, nagtataka ako kung bakit yung credit card ang una niyang sinabi sa akin.
Yes, of course. I was wondering why he would tell me about the credit card first.
Explain what you mean by that.
Paliwanag niyo po kung anong ibig niyo sabihin sa sinabi niyo.
Nagtataka ako kung bakit yung credit card niya ang unang tinignan niya. Hindi siya nag-ano kung andyan ang asawa niya o hindi. Sabi niya na andun sa kwarto. Pero wala naman.
Yes, I was wondering why he would tell right away first about the credit card. He did not even look around if Maya was there in the room. And ano pa po yung sinabi?
Sinabi niya na andyan sa kwarto.
Because he said she was in the room.
When you went into the room, did you look in the bathroom?
Nung pumunta po kayo sa kwarto, tumitingnan niyo po ba yung banyo?
Opo.
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't see Maya.
Hindi
Nothing.
po nakita si Maya?
Wala po.
Nothing. No, ma'am.
Did you look in the closet?
Tiningnan niyo po ba yung mga closet po?
Opo.
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't see Maya.
Hindi niyo po nakita si Maya?
Wala po, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Did Larry look in those places?
Tingnan din si Larry ba tumingin doon sa mga lugar na yon?
Hindi.
No.
Showing you 2-24, which is up on the screen. Is that Maya's desk in her bedroom?
Papakita ko po yung minarkahang 2/24. Yung po ba yung mesa ni Maya sa kwarto niya?
Opo.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the desk you're referring to?
Yan po ba
Where you
yung
went to?
yan po ba yung lamesang tinutukoy ninyo na kung saan siya pumunta?
Opo.
Yes, ma'am.
Did he appear to look through her things to determine that her credit card was missing?
Objection leading. May tiningnan niyo
Hold
po.
on. Well, you can say, you can say there's an objection.
May pagtuto lang po kanina na yung tanong po na kung meron po bang siyang may tingin ba siya sa mga bagay. Pero may
Your response to the objection.
That it's leading?
Yes.
It's an open-ended question.
You can answer.
pwede niyo pong sagutin.
Alin?
What was the question again?
Did Larry look through any of the items on the desk before he said that the credit card was missing?
Bago sinabi ni Larry na nawawala yung credit card, tiningnan niya po ba muna yung ibang bagay doon sa lamesa?
Hindi.
No.
Council, because we're talking about 2 weeks later, I would like to cover that. We'll talk, I'm looking at an exhibit as to whether it fairly and accurately represents what it looked like on that day.
Okay, thank you.
Dahil lang po kasi ito nangyari na 2 linggo nakakaraan.
Important clarification. Mr. Tabalanza, looking at this photograph 2-24, is that similar or different to the way the desk looked when you went into the room on January 9th?
Ginong Tabalansa, pag nakita niyo po itong litrato ng 2-24, nandun po yung lamesa sa kwarto. Pareho po ba ito yung itsura nung makita ninyo?
Hindi.
No, ma'am.
2 meses already.
Ano po?
Masyadong magulo.
It was messy.
So it was, would you say, is it clean or messy in the photograph 2-24 up on the screen?
Masasabi niyo po ba yung nasa larawan na 4 na litratong nandyan, masasabi niyo po ba na magulo ang itsura niyan?
Oh.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. I think you're gonna have to rephrase that.
Yes. Is the photograph up on the screen, is that the way the desk looked when you saw the desk on January 9th?
Yung litrato po nandyan sa screen na yan, ganyan po ba yung itsura nung lamesa nung makita niyo yun nung ano ba?
Palagay ko hindi na ganyan eh.
I think it was not like that.
What was,
Ano po ang pagkakaiba?
Kasi kung ano ni Maya, maayos eh.
Because her Maya stuff then looks it was all cleaned up in proper place.
describe what her desk looked like when you went into the room on January 9th.
Ipaliwanag niyo po, isalarawan niyo kung anong itsura ng lamesa niya nung pumunta kayo ng 9 ng Enero.
Wala, isa lang ang yata nung nakita ko ano eh, screen ng yung ano niya, yung ano ba yun?
I believe I just saw one item there, only the screen of what do you call that?
Yung ano yung ganyan.
And
Parang yung computer.
the computer.
So was the computer that looks up, that you see up on the screen, was that on her desk on January 9th?
Nung kita niyo po yung lamesa niya nung 9 ng Enero po, yung screen na nakikita niyo ngayon sa litrato, nakita niyo po ba yan nung Enero? 9?
Yung ano ang nakita ko, yung yung isang computer. Wala yung pangalawang computer.
I only saw one computer. I did not see the second one.
Are we talking about the computer screen?
Sinasabi niyo po ba yung screen ng computer?
Opo.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there more items on her desk in this photograph up on the screen than there were when you saw the desk on January 9th?
Sa nakikita niyo po ngayon sa screen ng litrato, marami bang bagay na nandyan kumpara doon sa kumita niyo nung Enero?
Wala na, masyado na magulo yan.
This is all messed up.
So it's messier in the photograph we're looking at on the screen.
Magulo po ito ngayon sa nakikita ninyo sa litrato.
Opo.
Yes, ma'am.
regardless, you have memory of Larry going to the desk on January the 9th and determining that the credit card was missing.
Kahit ano pa man po, may naaalala kayo na tatandaan niyo na si Larry pumunta doon sa lamesa at sinabi na nawawala yung credit card?
Opo.
Yes, ma'am.
Did Larry look in the room for your daughter's purse?
Si Larry po ba, naghanap siya sa loob ng kwarto para doon sa pitaka o anak niyo?
Hindi.
No, ma'am.
Did he look to see whether or not he could find her wallet?
Naghanap ba siya kung makikita niya yung pitaka?
Hindi.
No.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Did he attempt to call your daughter?
Sinubukan ba niyang tawagan yung telepono ng anak niyo?
Objection Vegas this time.
May pagtutulang po na malabo po ito, hindi malinaw kung anong oras.
Sustained.
After you entered the room,
Pagkatapos niyo pong pumasok sa kwarto,
did Larry remain in the room with you?
nanatili ba si Larry doon sa silid na yung kasama kayo?
Opo.
Yes, ma'am.
After he told you that the credit card was missing, did
Pagka-
he, well, what was his, let me back up, start over. What was Larry's reaction when he opened the door and noticed that inside?
Anong reaksyon ni Larry pagkatapos niyang buksan yung pinto at napansin niyang wala si Maya doon?
Parang regular.
He seemed surprised.
Did he say anything?
May sinabi po siya kahit ano?
Objection hearsay.
Wala. Yung ano lang.
We've been hearing his statements for the last week. What is your response to that hearsay?
Party opponent. It's a defendant's statement.
Objections?
Tinutugan lang po, pinayagan yung, hindi pinayagan yung pagtutugan.
Do you want me to ask the question again?
Gusto niyo pong tanungin uli yung tanong?
Opo.
Yes, ma'am.
Did Larry say anything when you went inside the room and observed that Maya was not there?
May sinabi po ba si Larry nung pumasok siya sa silid at napansin niyang wala si Maya doon?
Wala. Yung ginawa niya, diretso lang doon sa lamesa. Sinabi niya sa akin, oh, wala yung credit card. Yung lang.
No, what he was, he went straight to the table and then he said, oh, the credit card is not here, that's all.
Counsel, we've covered this twice. Can we move on?
I don't think it was responsive to my question, but I'll try to move along. Did the defendant say anything about where he thought your daughter Maya could be?
Sinabi po ba nung nasasakdal, palagay niya kung nasaan yung anak ninyong si Maya?
Sinabi niya na baka nandyan sa labas.
He said, maybe she's just outside.
Outside doing what?
Sa labas, anong ginagawa?
Sabi niya siguro, nag-jogging siguro.
Maybe she went jogging.
Pero nagtaka ko, yung sinabi niya yung sa akin na nasa labas nag-jogging. Bakit niya sinabi sa akin, nasa taas sa kwarto, si Maya, nung dumating ako doon.
But I was wondering why he told me that Maya was upstairs when I got there.
What do you mean by that?
Ano po ibig niyo sabihin nun?
Nagtataka nga ako kung bakit niya sinabi na maka nag-jogging siya, pero sinabi niya sa akin noon na bago kami, sinabi niya sa akin na nasa taas si Maya, hindi pa siya bumaba.
I was wondering because when he told me she went out jogging, because he told me she was upstairs before we came down.
Opo.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
So when you first got to the house, he was in the bedroom.
Nung una kayong dumating sa bahay, sinabi niya na nasa kwarto siya.
Opo.
Yes, ma'am.
Did after Larry found said that her credit card was missing, did he make any attempt that you saw to call Maya's.
Pagkatapos niya sabihin na nakita na nawawala yung credit card, sinabi ba sa inyo na, na tawagan siya sa telepono?
Hindi niya sinabi sa akin.
He did not say that to me.
Did you see? So let me back up. So Larry did not say, "Oh, I'll try to call her phone."
Hindi sinabi ni Larry na, susubukan kong tawagan yung telepono niya.
Hindi, ako nagsabi sa kanya na tawagan niya si Maya o kaya sa yung mga kaibigan niya kasi sinabi niya na baka nasa mga kaibigan niya.
I was the one who told him to call Maya or her friends because he was the one who said that maybe he's with her friends.
At sinabi niya na wala nang numero yung mga kaibigan niya sa akin.
And
Nabura ko lahat.
he said that I don't have this her friends' numbers. I deleted them all.
Did you see whether or not Larry tried to call your daughter's phone?
Nakita niyo kung sinubukan ni Larry na tawagan yung telepono ng anak ninyo?
Hindi.
No.
Did you see Larry ever looking for your daughter's cell phone?
Nakita niyo po ba kung si Larry sinubukan na hanapin yung ninyo?
Hindi.
No.
Did Larry ever suggest to you that the two of you should look to see whether or not her cell phone was still in the house?
Sinabi ba ni Larry na kayong dalawa subukan ninyong hanapin baka nandoon yung telepono niya sa bahay?
Hindi.
No.
Can we back up a little bit? I want to know about friends. There appears to be a statement that he made about being with friends. Did you catch that?
Did.
Okay, yes.
Babalikan lang saglit kasi may nabanggit na baka nasa mga kaibigan.
Did Larry say he knew where May was?
Sinabi po ba ni Larry na maaring alam niya kung nasaan si Maya?
Well, hindi niya sinabi na alam niya kung saan si Maya, pero sinabi niya baka nandun sa mga kaibigan niya.
He did not say that he might know where Maya is, but she might be with her friends.
So he suggested that that was one possibility. Is that what you're saying?
Ang sinasabi niyo po ba ang kahi niya na maaaring isang posibilidad yon?
Mari siguro sinabi niya sa akin na maaari nandun sa mga kaibigan niya. Pero sinabi ko sa kanya, tawagan mo nga yung mga kaibigan niya.
Well, he told me that he might be with her friends, so I asked him, will you call her friends?
Pero sinabi niya sa akin, wala nang numero yung mga kaibigan niya.
But he told me that he doesn't have the friends' numbers anymore.
Did he say why he thought she might be with her friends?
Sinabi ba niya kung bakit sa palagay niya ay nandun siya sa mga kaibigan niya?
Hindi niya sinabi sa akin.
No, he did not tell me that.
Did he say that he had ever seen her leave the house that day?
Sinabi ba niya na nakita niyang umalis siya sa bahay na yon ng araw na yon?
Hindi.
No.
You asked him when he last saw.
Tinanong mo ba kung kailan niya huling nakita siya?
Si Maya,
You
Hindi ko
you mean
tinanong.
Maya?
Correct.
Opo.
hindi ko tinanong kailan niya huling nakita si Maya.
I did not ask when he last saw Maya.
Did he tell you when he last saw her?
Sinabi ba niya sa inyo kung kailan niya huling nakita si Maya?
Hindi.
No.
What was Larry's behavior like when he was talking to you after you saw that Maya was not in the room?
Ano ang klase ng pagkilos niyo, pagkilos pagkatapos niya sinabi na pagkatapos niya kayong kausapin at sinabi na wala siya sa silid?
Wala, parang simple lang.
Oh, he said simple.
What do you mean by that?
Ano pong ibig niyo sabihin nun?
Wala siyang nawawala yung asawa niya. Hindi siya nagre-react.
He did not show any reaction that his wife is missing.
Did he seem worried?
Mukha po ba siyang nag-aalala?
Hindi.
No.
Was that surprising to you?
Yun po ba ay nakakagulat para sa inyo?
Yes?
Yes.
Why?
Bakit po?
Bakit hindi siya nag-work kasi asawa niya nung nawawala, bakit hindi siya maghahanap?
Why wasn't he worried because it's his wife that's missing? Why wouldn't he look around? Nag-aalala po ba kayo?
Opo,
Yes, ma'am?
Why?
Bakit po?
siyempre, yung, siya ang asawa niya, ikaw ang asawa, siyempre alam mo nawawala yung anak mo, o yung asawa mo, siyempre maghanap ka.
You're the spouse. If your wife is missing, look around.
Why were you worried?
Bakit po kayo nag-aalala?
Kasi nawawala na yung anak ko eh.
Because my child is missing.
Did you tell Larry that you were worried about where Maya could be?
Sinabi Larry na nag-aalala kayo kung nasaan ang pinaroroonan ni Maya?
Hindi ko niya nag-aalala ko sa kanya.
I did not tell him that I was worried.
Did Larry ever reassure you that everything was okay?
Kayo po ba, binigyan kayo ng kasiguraduhan ni Larry na lahat ay maayos lang?
Opo, tapos,
Yes,
can
ma'am.
pwede ko bang inanong ko dito sa, sa likod, ginanon ako. Sabi niya sa akin, huwag kang mag-alala pa, wala ka rin.
Yes, ma'am. May I describe how he put his arm around me and then telling me that don't worry, Papa, nothing. There's nothing going on.
Sabi niya pa, hindi ko magagawa yun.
And he said, I will not do that.
Who said I will not do that?
Sino po nagsabi na hindi ko magagawa?
Si Larry, sabi niya sa akin, hindi ko magagawa siyang kasi mahal ko si Maya.
It was Larry. He said, I will never do that because I love Maya.
I will never do that. What did he mean by that?
Ano ibig niya sabihin na hindi?
Eh,
That I do not
Anong
know.
ibig niyang sabihin?
What he meant with that.
When describing putting the arm around him, I saw the interpreter do that. Did the witness also?
I didn't see the witness actually do anything with his arm.
Your Honor, this is interpreter. Yes, he was saying, can I show how he put his arm around me? And the interpreter was also doing the same gesture that he did.
Okay, so
So gesturing with the right arm, kind of as if up and over another person's shoulder. Well, I was the interpreter's right arm.
I think this is the interpreter counsel, he was showing with his left arm.
Mr. Tabalanza, do you recall what arm Larry used to put?
Natatandaan niyo po ba kung anong braso ang ginamit ni Larry para sa ilagay sa balikat niya?
Sa kanan,
The right.
And where did you put his arm?
Saan niya po nilagay yung braso niya?
dito po.
On
Gina-
my
Ganun niya.
here? And
On what part of your body?
anong parte po ng katawan?
Dito.
This part.
Point.
Yung turo parang balikat.
witness pointing to his right shoulder.
Thank you. Had you had a conversation prior to this day with Larry when he could not find your daughter Maya?
Meron po po kayo naging pag-uusap ni Larry bago po itong araw na ito na hindi niya makita si Maya?
Wala.
No.
When you went into Maya's bedroom, was there anything unusual that you saw in the room?
Nung pumunta po kayo sa kwarto ni Maya, meron po bang hindi pangkaraniwan na nakita kayo sa kwarto niya?
Meron po.
Yes, there was.
What was unusual?
Ano po yung hindi pangkaraniwan?
Bed, yung bed niya, malinis na. Parang na ayos na.
Her bed was like it was made already. It was clean.
And
What was unusual to you about that?
Ano po ang hindi pangkaraniwan para sa inyo tungkol doon?
kasi kung si Maya, pag siyempre maaga-maaga, sabi niya maaga umalis, hindi pa niya linilinis yung ano niya, yung bed niya.
Of course, Maya, when he said Maya left very early, she doesn't make her bed that early. Yes.
Well, who said that Maya left early?
Sino po nagsabing umalis siya na maaga-maaga?
Sila, baga na,
The interpreter needs to clarify. Si Larry po sinabing alis siya umalis siya ng maaga.
baka, hindi sinabi, pero sinabi sa akin kung ano, hindi niya sinabi sa akin na umalis siya ng maaga. Pero pag si Maya umalis ng maaga, hindi niya maaayos yung niya ng maaga.
Interpret ko lang po. He did not say that she left early, but if Maya leaves early, she doesn't make her bed that early.
How long were you at Maya's house
Gaano po kayo katagal na natili dun sa bahay ni Maya
on January 9th?
nung ika-9 ng Enero?
Matagal na ano yun, nakunta o ano.
You mean it was been a while even I went?
When you went on January the 9th and discovered that Maya was missing, how long did you stay at the house?
Nung pumunta po kayo nung ika-9 ng Enero at nalaman nyo na nawawala po kayo.
Wala, hindi na ako nagtagal doon.
No, I did not stay there for long.
Would you say you were there for 15 minutes or an hour or 2 hours?
Masasabi nyo ba na natong kayo ng 15 minutos, isang oras?
Medyo
dalawang-
matagal-tagal. Matagal-tagal din kasi hanggang maghapon eh.
Oh, it was a little longer than that. It was for the entire day.
Can you estimate about how long you were there in hours?
Matatandyan niyo po ba kung gaano kayo, pag sa oras po, kung gaano kayo katagal, ilang oras kayo nandun?
Siguro 6 o 7 o ganun.
Maybe around 6 or 7.
Why did you stay at the house?
Bakit po kayo nanatili dun sa bahay?
Kasi yung mga anak ko andun eh. Hinihintay ko sila.
Because my children were there, I was waiting for them.
Were you waiting for Maya?
Naantay niyo ba si Maya?
Oo, nantay ko siya kasi sabi nila babalikin.
Yes, I waited for her because they said she'll be back.
Who said that she'll be back?
Sino po nagsabing babalik siya?
Yun, si Maya, si Larry, yan.
That Larry.
So while you were at the house waiting for Maya, did some of your other sons and daughters come to the house as well?
Habang nandun po kayo sa bahay na kay Maya, dumating po rin po ba ibang anak ninyo, babae, lalaki?
Opo.
Yes, ma'am.
And did Maya ever come home that day?
Umuwi po ba si Maya nung araw na yun?
Hindi na po kailanman.
Ano po?
Hindi na po kailanman.
Not anymore, not ever.
What was Larry's demeanor, his behavior like throughout the day?
Ano po ang itsura o pagkilos ni Larry nung buong mag-araw na yan?
Wala, parang walang nangyari.
Nothing. Seems like nothing happened.
Was did he seem angry or worried?
Mukha po ba siyang galit o nag-aalala?
Hindi.
No.
Hindi man.
No, ma'am.
Would you say he seemed calm or anxious, or how would you describe the way he was acting?
Paano niyo po maisasalarawan kung paano yung pagkilos niya? Mukha ba siyang kalmado o balisang-balisa?
Kalmado siya, nandun siya pumunta, nakikipaglaro sa mga anak niya at sa yung tita niya.
He seemed calm, playing with the children and the
Auntie,
auntie.
Was that different from the way you were feeling that afternoon?
Iba po ba ito sa kung ano yung nararamdaman ninyo nung maghapon na yun?
iba na. Iba na nga.
It was different.
As the day went on, how were you feeling?
Habang lumilipas po yung mga araw, kung paano naman, ano po yung nararamdaman ninyo?
Nalulungkot.
I was sad.
Why?
Bakit po?
Hindi na wala na yung anak ko kasi. Mahal na mahal ko yung
Because my child was missing. I love her so.
Had Larry in the past year, during 2020, at some point, did he have a conversation with you about one of his coworkers?
No, council, let's take a break now.
Thank you.
Area.
I was about to.
Okay, then we're going to take a 15-minute recess. We'll resume at 10.
Magpapahinga po tayo ng 6 minutes.
Hey everyone, just checking in. They are on a 15-minute break, and so once court resumes, we'll just go back to the stream. But so far, um, May's dad has been testifying. He's got an interpreter, so there's that bit of gap in between the testimony, so it's taking a little bit of time to get through. But so far, you know, it sounds like he arrived at the house, and Larry, of course, was very nonchalant, just didn't seem to really care that May was missing. So, but yeah, once break resumes, we'll go back to the stream. Hey, Misty, I caught that too. When he was talking about how Larry had a key, and I was like, oh no. He had that room locked, unlocked. He knew how to get through all of her stuff. He knew everything that she was doing that he might have been angry about or controlling about. And I don't know, for me, that was a huge red flag. Yeah, Sarah, I agree. That's a comment that came out of left field. And
Opened the door and discovered she was not inside. Where was your wife?
Yes.
Pinapakatawa mo na kayo sa kwarto ni Maya, binuksan ninyo at nalaman na wala siya doon. Nasaan po yung asawa ninyo?
Nasa labas ng bahay.
She
Sa
was
harap ng bahay.
she was outside the house, in front of the house.
So she did not come inside with you?
Hindi po siya pumasok sa loob kasama kayo?
Hindi.
No, ma'am.
Eventually, did she come inside the house?
Pero kalaunan po, pumasok din po rin po siya.
Hindi ko nakita kung pumasok o hindi.
I did not see whether she came in or not.
She didn't remain outside the whole entire day, did she?
Pero hindi po siya nanatili sa loob ng hapon, hindi ba? No, ma'am.
Was there anyone else inside the house when you discovered Maya was missing?
Nung
Other than you and Larry?
bukod po sa inyo tsaka si Larry, nung malaman ninyong nawawala si Maya, meron pa bang ibang tao sa loob ng bahay?
Meron po.
Yes. Sino pa po ang nandun?
Yung auntie niya, saka ang uncle niya.
His auntie and his uncle.
They were there at the house at the same time?
Nandun po siya ngayon nung magkasabay?
Opo.
Yes, ma'am.
Were they there when you discovered Maya was missing?
Nandun ba sila nung malaman ninyo na nawawala si Maya?
Opo.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know their names?
Alam niyo po ba mga pangalan nila?
Yung parang yung pagtatawag nila ano ba yung pangalan yung babae, yung auntie niya.
I just know when they call us the name of his auntie.
Pero yung uncle niya, pangalan niya Ricky.
But his uncle, his name is Rick.
Rick.
Now, when we left before the break, I was asking if sometime in 2020, Larry talked to you about one of May's coworkers.
Kanina po, bago tayo nag-break, may tinanong po ako, isa sa mga tinanong ba kayo ni Larry nung mga taon na 2020 tungkol sa mga kaibigan?
Hindi ko kaibigan niya.
He did not say anything about his friend.
Did Larry have a conversation with you about May's friends or coworkers?
Meron ba si Larry nabanggit sa iyo? May nagpag-uusap ba kayo at saka si Larry tungkol sa mga kaibigan niya o katrabaho niya?
Sinabi niya lang sa akin na may mga kaibigan si Maya, may katrabaho, may mga kaibigan niya na kasama niya na
She has friends and coworkers that she goes out sometimes.
Have you ever seen Larry with a gun?
Nakita niyo na po ba si Larry na may baril siya?
Opo.
Yes, ma'am.
Was
Noong mayroon kaming, isang araw mayroon kaming family together sa Moreno Valley. At na lahat kami andoon, mas maligaya sila.
There was a day when we were all together at the Moreno Valley. We were all together. They were happy.
Ako naman nakatayo doon sa may harap ng bahay. Tinitik na naglalaro yung mga apo ko.
I was standing outside at the front of the house. I was looking after my grandchildren playing.
Nang pumunta sa akin si Larry at sinabi sa akin na papatayin ko siya.
Objection, hearsay.
Tapos sabay taas yung t-shirt at siya may baril ako dito.
Before we answer, I don't know if you heard him say something in Tagalog that is double hearsay,
Oh, okay.
but, counsel.
Well, if it's a statement of the defendant, then it's admissible as the defendant's statement.
Is the hearsay
Yes.
counsel or just a hearsay statement
I think
that
it's
you're objecting to?
objection multiple hearsay.
I guess I need to hear the response. Then I'll blow.
And then when Larry came to me, he said, I will, the interpreter needs to clarify. Papatayin ko siya. Sino
Patay,
pong
dalawang
pinatuloy?
beses niya sinabing patay.
When Larry came to me, he said, I will, Your Honor, the interpreter, because in our language, it's a gender neutral. So I will for him, I will kill her or him. He said it twice, and then after that, after saying that, he raised his shirt and then he showed me his gun.
So this doesn't appear to be any type of a double hearsay. So I'm going to overrule your objection. Marcus, please. I'm just confirming the everything here at the Central Courthouse. You may continue.
Mr. Tabalanzo, you mentioned this happened at a family get-together in Moreno Valley, is that correct?
Ginoong Tabalansa, sinabi niyo po na nangyari ito sa isang pulong-pulong pagkikita-kita ng pamilya sa Moreno Valley po. Tama po ba? Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember when in 2020 this occurred?
Alam niyo po ba kung kailan ng taong 2020 ito nangyari?
Hindi ko na matandaan yun.
I don't remember anymore.
Do you recall about how many months it was before Maya disappeared?
Tandaan niyo po ba kung ilang buwan ito nangyari bago nawala si Maya?
Hari siguro 2 buwan, 3, ano?
Probably about 2 or 3 months.
And do you recall what the conversation was with Larry that's him showing you his waistband?
Natatandaan niyo po ba kung ano yung nakipag-usap niyo kay Larry, yung ano yung pinag-uusapan ninyo na nauwi ito sa pinakita niya yung kanyang sa may bantuan nila sa bewang niya?
Wala na. Yung lang pinakita niya yung baril niya sa baywang. Umalis na lang ako para hindi ko
Nothing. There was really no conversation. When he showed me the gun in his waist, I just left.
And you had gestured to your waistband, is that correct?
At sinabi, tinuturo ninyo sa may bandang bewang ninyo, tama ba?
Opo, dito.
Yes, ma'am, here.
All right, this is kind of highly disjointed. We start over a little bit. I want to know how this incident began. Exactly what he did.
You had mentioned you were in the front yard at the house in Moreno Valley, is that correct?
Sinabi niyo po na nasa harapan ng bahay po sa Moreno Valley po, tama po?
Opo,
Yes, ma'am.
What were the children doing?
Ano pong ginagawa ng mga bata?
naglalaro sila dyan sa harap.
They were playing in front.
Was anyone else having this conversation with Larry, or was it just you and Larry?
Meron po bang nakikikausap si ganitong yung pinag-uusapan na to, nakasama si Larry, nag-uusap sila? O kayo lang po, kayo at saka si Larry lang?
lang pinagsabihan niya ng ganun sa akin.
He just told the two of us about that.
Was there anyone, was it just you, Larry, having this conversation?
Ang nag-uusap po ba kayo lang at saka si Larry?
Opo.
Yeah.
So no one else was standing with you and Larry?
So wala pong ibang nakatayo doon kasama ninyo at saka ni Larry.
Mayroon sila doon pero medyo malayo ng konti.
There were others there, but they were a little distance from us.
So they were not part of this
So
conversation?
hindi bahagi ng pag-uusap na ito.
Hindi.
No, ma'am.
And what exactly did Larry say to you?
Ano po yung eksakto yung sinabi ni Larry?
Sabi niya sa akin sabi niya sa akin, ginano niya rin. Papa, patayin ko siya.
Papa, I will kill her or him. I will kill her or him.
Sabay taas yung t-shirt at ginano yung baywang na.
Time and then tapping you what was on his waistband.
And what was on his waistband?
Ano po yung nasa bandang bewang niya?
Yung baril niya.
His gun.
Did he say who he killed?
Sinabi ba niya kung sino ang gusto niyang patayin?
Hindi.
No, ma'am.
Did he say what was the content?
Ano po yung nilalaman ng usap na yon?
Hindi ko nga alam, maintindihan kung bakit nasabi niya sa akin.
There was nothing. I don't even understand why he said that to me.
He said anything about suspicions he had about May and her coworker?
May sinabi ba siyang may suspetsya siya tungkol kay Mea at saka sa katrabaho niya?
Wala.
No.
Did he ever suspect her of having an affair with a coworker?
Sinabi ba niya sa inyo na may suspetsya siya na si Maya ay merong karelasyon dun sa katrabaho niya?
Hindi niya sinabi sa akin.
He did not say that.
But he meant he said those words to you and pointed at his gun.
Tinanong niyo po ba siya kung anong ibig niya sabihin sa mga sinabi niya sa inyo tapos itinuro niya yung baril niya?
Hindi niya sinabi.
No, he did not say.
Did
I'm sorry, what was the last? Then read back the last question.
Question, did you ask him what he meant when he said those words to you and pointed at his gun? Answer, no, he did not say.
do you recall speaking with myself and my investigator in January of 2022? So about a year ago?
Natatandaan niyo po ba na kinausap niyo ako at saka yung investigador ko, si Investigator Rhodes po, nung Enero nung taong 2022? Mga isang kakalit.
Hindi ko na matandaan kung minsan nag-uusap kami noon.
I don't remember anymore. Oh yeah, I remember I spoke.
Do you recall that my investigator and I, your daughter Jane's house,
Natatandaan niyo ba
for
na
a meeting
ako,
with you?
natatandaan niyo ba na ako at saka yung investigador ko nagpunta kami sa bahay ng anak niyo si Jane para makausap kayo?
Opo.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you tell my investigator and I at that time that this hand had stated he was going to kill May's friend or coworker?
Natatandaan niyo ba na sinabi niyo nung oras na yon na sinabi niyo na sinabi ni Larry na papatayin niya si May at saka yung katrabaho niya?
Hindi ko na alam kung nasabi ko na yun.
I don't know if I said that or not.
Do you recall whether or not Larry was more specific when he patted his gun and said he was going to kill this person?
Naman ba na si Larry naging mas tinukoy pa niya nung habang tinatapak niya yung baril niya at sinabi niya papatayin niya itong tao na to? Natatandaan niyo ba?
Hindi niya sinabi sa akin kung sino papatayin.
He did not told me that whom he will kill.
Did you say it was a man or a woman?
Sinabi ba niya na babae ba ito o lalaki?
Hindi.
No, ma'am.
What did you say?
Ano pong sinabi niyo?
Sa akin, ay sinabi ko, wala. Nataran ako kasi akala ko nagbibiro lang siya kaya umalis na ako.
I did not say anything. I thought he was just joking, so I just laughed it off and then I left.
Had there been a conversation before he made?
Meron sabing bagay na to? No, ma'am. Ba pagkatapos?
Hindi ko alam kung may pag-uusap na sila. Sa mga ano yan, mga bilas niya, mga ano niya, yung mga tao dun sa mga anak ko.
I don't know if there was a conversation between the in-laws and my children there.
I should be more specific. Was there a conversation between you and Larry after the event on his Facebook?
Siguro po mas nilinaw ko. Meron po pang pag-uusap pagkatapos yung tinapik yung baril niya doon sa bewang niya, meron po ba kayong nag-usap pa ba kayo ni Larry tsaka kayo?
Hindi na, nung katapos nung ginaganon yun, hindi na.
Not anymore that his ways that no more.
Did you ever have another conversation with Larry about what happened on that day?
Nagkaroon po ba kayo ng pag-uusap ni Larry kung ano nangyari pagkatapos ng araw na yon?
Hindi.
Going back to January 9th, the day that you discovered that May was missing, 2021, that night, did you go and stay at your son JR's house?
Po tayo sa ika-9 ng Enero taong 2021. Nung gabi na yon, natulog ba kayo sa bahay ng anak niyo si JR?
Kina JR.
Yes, at JR's.
Why didn't you go back home to Moreno Valley?
Bakit hindi po kayo sa Moreno Valley?
Sige.
Because it was far.
Did you go back to your daughter's house the next day on January 10th?
Nung sumunod na araw po, Enero ay 10 po, bumalik ba kayo sa bahay ng anak ninyong babae?
Parang hindi na yata. Hindi ko alam kung muna ako, hindi pa. Hindi na.
I don't remember. I don't know whether I went back or not.
You mentioned your phone call with May on January 4th, 2021. Was that the last time you spoke with your daughter?
Ano yung pag-uusap sa telepono noong ika-4 ng Enero taong 2021, yun po ba yung huling pagkakataon na nakausap niyo si May?
Opo.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you seen or heard from your daughter Maya since January 4th, 2021?
Mula po noong ika-4 ng Enero taong 2021 na nakausap niyo na ba siya o may narinig na ba kayo tungkol sa anak niyo ng babae?
Yun lang nung huli namin pag-uusap, pupuntahan ko siya doon sa bahay nila at alagaan.
That's the last time her to take her.
And you've not seen her or heard from her since January 4th, 2021.
At hindi niyo na po siya nakita, wala na kayo narinig mula sa kanya mula po noong Enero 2021.
Wala.
Not anymore.
Thank you. No other questions.
Okay, cross-examination.
May tatanungin lang po ngayon.
Okay.
Hold on a second now. Counsel, you may cross-examine the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Tabalanza.
Good morning.
Good morning.
During 2020, how many times did you go and visit your daughter, May Millete and Mr. Millete at their home in Paseo Los Gatos in Chula Vista?
Nung taong pong 2020, ilang beses po kayo nagpunta sa bahay niyo ng anak ninyong si May at si Larry Millete po doon sa Paseo, sa Chula Vista po? Ilang beses po kayo nagpunta doon para dumalaw?
Hindi ko na matandaan.
I don't remember anymore.
Can you give me an estimate?
Pwede niyo ba akong bigyan ng palapit ninyong tansya?
Wala na akong alam.
I don't know anymore.
Did you go to your daughter's house in 2020?
Nagpunta po ba kayo sa bahay ng anak niyo si Maya po nung taong para sa birthday niya nung taong 2020?
Hindi ko alam kung napunta kami o hindi.
I don't know whether we were able to go or not.
In fact, you did not visit your daughter and Mr. Millete in 2020 because of COVID, correct?
Ang totoo po, hindi po kayo nakadalaw sa anak ninyo at ang ginawang Millete nung taong 2000 dahil sa COVID, tama po ba?
Hindi ko alam. Hindi ko. Dahil sa COVID, hindi.
I don't know whether it was due to COVID or not.
When before you went inside the room on that Saturday, close to noontime, before that time, when was the last time you entered her bedroom?
Bago po kayo pumunta doon sa kwarto ng anak ninyo at doon sa loob na yon, kailan po yung huling pagkakataon na pumasok kayo sa kwarto niya?
Hindi ko alam. Yung huling pagpunta ko, yung ano eh, nung nawala na siya.
I don't know. I know the last time I went there was the time when she was missing.
So you had no opportunity to observe whether your daughter would fix her bed before she would get up in the morning to go to work, correct?
So tama po bang sabihin na wala naman kayong pagkakataon maobserbahan kung ang anak ninyo, inaayos pa niya yung higaan niya, yung kama niya bago siya pumasok sa trabaho, tama?
Alam ko, kasi nung tuwing pupunta ako noon, alam ko na kung at pupunta ako sa kwarto niya, titignan kung maayos. Alam ko na talagang messy. Kaya sinabi kong nung ang gising siya, fix na yung kwarto.
I know that because before, every time I would go to the place, I would see her room and then to check whether she's there or not. When she's not there, her bed is messy. That time, when her bed was fixed, I know she was
there, not there.
I know she's not there anymore.
So is testimony that prior to 2020, you visited your daughter frequently?
Ang sinasabi niyo po ba, bago nung taong 2020, madalas niyong dinadalaw yung anak ninyo? Yes.
So that would 2019?
Mga taong 2019 po yan?
Maaari siguro.
Probably, yes.
So do you remember how many times you did in 2019?
Natatandaan niyo po ba kung mga ilang beses niyong dinalaw siya nung taong 2019?
Wala na. Hindi ko na matanda.
No, I don't remember anymore.
Did you ever babysit your grandchildren, May Milete's children, in 2020?
Nag-alaga po ba kayo ng mga apo ni May Millete nung taong 2020?
Hindi ko na alam.
I don't know anymore.
How about in the year 2019?
Eh, nung taong 2019 naman po?
Maaari siguro.
Probably yes.
How many?
Is niyo po mga ginawa niya?
Marami ng beses.
A lot of times.
When you went there in 2019 to visit your grandchildren at Miss Milete's home, did you find Mr. Milete's pen?
Nung dumalaw po kayo noong 2019 sa bahay po ni Ginang Millete po, nung nakita niyo po ba yung mga magulang ni Okay. Council, could you please repeat the question? This is interpretation.
When you visited Ms. Milete's home in 2019 in order to babysit the children, did you see Mr. Milete's parents in the house?
Nung dumalaw po kayo sa nung taong pong 2019 para po mag-alaga ng mga apo doon po sa bahay nila, nakita niyo po ba yung mga magulang Millete?
Mag-aalaga ng bata ng mga ang mga magulang ni Larry. Sa lang ako po mag-aalaga. Wala.
I don't go there to babysit if the Larry's parents are there. I just go there if they are not there.
So in fact, you didn't babysit the Millete children in 2020 because they did not leave the house until December of 2020. Is that correct?
Hindi po kayo nagpunta, nag-alaga noong taong 2020 kasi hindi naman siya umalis ng bahay noong taong 2020. Tama ba?
Hey, Council,
Sino
question,
naman?
question, hold on. That question is vague.
Let me,
It's
let,
time and who you're identifying.
let me clarify.
Napalinaw lang po kasi hindi malinaw kung ano yung panahon, kung kailan. Liginawin lang po ito.
So, rephrase.
Thank you, Yana. You have known Mr. Milete's parents. Is that right?
Kilala niyo po yung mga makamindi ng Millete, tama po ba?
Opo.
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew that Mr. Milete's parents were taking care of their children for about 10 years. Is that right?
At alam niyo po na kasi ang mga magulang po alaga na sa mga anak nila sa loob ng mga 10 taon, tama po ba?
Hindi ko alam kung ilang taon ng pag-aalaga na sa mga bata.
I do not know how many years they've been taking care of the children.
You don't really have a good relationship with Milete's parents. Is that right?
Tama po kung sabihin na may maganda yung relasyon ninyo sa mga magulang ni Ginoong Millete.
Ganda naman ang relasyon
Pay
namin.
as to time and relevant.
What is the relevance of that?
Your Honor, Mr. and Mrs. Millete, Mr. Larry Millete's parents resided with them, and they actually take care of the children. Since then, they reside with them. That's their home as well. So there's no need for Mr. Cabalanza to be babysitting the children. So it goes to his credibility, Your Honor.
I'll allow it,
Kaya nga sinabi
but
ko,
don't say anything, sir. I'll allow it for the credibility issue. It still doesn't mean that on occasion for them to come over.
And I would still object relevance is, I understand based on the speaking objection, but the not had a good relationship with the defendant's parents. I don't know how that goes to his credibility at counsel's point, but also that.
All right. I'll inquire, make it tight.
There's a problem in that household.
Counsel, I don't want you to ask.
Okay.
I've just ruled that you can ask
Oh,
questions. You
I'm
can go
sorry.
into the area,
Oh.
but I want you to keep it tight in regards to time periods. It would be helpful if you were to look between what the relationship was before she was reported missing and after, because obviously there could be tension after.
Yes. Resided with Mr. and Mrs. Millete when you first came to the United States, correct?
Noong una po kayong dumating dito sa Estados Unidos, kasama po kayo, tumira po kayo kasama ng Millete.
hindi kami kasama nung Nung saka lang sila kami nakakakilala nung nag-asawa na nila. Si Larry saka si Maya.
I did not only the first time I knew when they got married.
Did you reside with Mr. and Mrs. Millete when you first came to California?
Are you talking about Larry and mine?
I'm sorry, Larry and Maya.
Kayo po ba tumitulungan kasama si Larry at si Maya nang una kayong dumating sa California?
Apa?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did you stay with them?
Gaano po kayo katagal na nanirahan kasama nila?
Mga may isang buwan siguro.
Maybe for over a month.
During that time, were you able to meet with Mr. Millete's parents?
Doon sa panahon na yun, nakita niyo ba, nakilala niyo ba yung mga magulang ni Ginoong Millete?
Apa?
Yes, ma'am.
And you, Mrs. Millete took care of your grandchildren from May and Larry Millete from the time that they were born. Is that right?
So nalaman niyo na si Ginang Millete ay nag-aalaga sa mga anak. Anong panahon na pinanganak siya? Tama ba?
Hindi ko alam.
I do not know.
When Miss Millete called you to babysit the Millete children on January the 4th, was it your understanding that Mr. Millete's parents were no longer available to take care of them?
Nung tinawagan po kayo ni Ginang Millete nung ika-4 ng Enero, yun ang pagkakaintindi niyo po ba na yung mga magulang ni Larry Millete hindi pwede na mag-alaga, hindi sila wala para mag-alaga?
Yung ibig sabihin yung nag-aalaga po kung wala yung mga magulang niya. Pero kung andun sila, hindi ako mag-aalaga.
What I meant is, I will take care if the parents are not there, but if they're there, I will not take care.
When your daughter called you on January the 4th, 2021, did she tell you Mr. Millete's parents were not available to take care of the children?
No.
Nung tinawagan po kayo ng anak ninyo, nung ika-4 ng Enero, taong 2021 po, sinabi ba niya na yung mga magulang ni Ginoong Larry Millete wala doon para mag-alaga?
Hindi sinabi naman kasi hindi niya sasabihin sa nila na yung mga magulang ni mga Larry andun sa Texas, doon sila nakatira.
No, Maya will not say that because they know very well that the parents are already in Texas. They live in Texas already.
Kaya nga ako ang tinawagan niya para malayo niya sa Texas.
That's why she called me to take care of the children because the parents are in Texas.
And then Mr. Millete called you to cancel your scheduled babysitting with their children on January the 4th, 2021.
At sinabi niyo po kanina na kinansel ni Ginoong Millete yung pagpunta ninyo doon nung ika-4 ng Enero taong 2021 para mag-alaga ng mga bata.
Opo.
What did you tell Mr. Millete when he canceled your scheduled babysitting?
Ano pong sinabi ninyo kay Ginoong Millete nung kinansel niya yung pagpunta ninyo para mag-alaga?
Sinabi niya sa akin na huwag ka nang pumunta, Papa, kasi pupunta si tita. Ano ba yung tita niya? Siya na lang mag-alaga.
He told me that you don't have to come, Papa, because Auntie will come and she will take care.
And you didn't say anything to that?
Wala kayong sinabi. Kahit ano po.
Ang mga ilang oras yata o ilang oras na tinawagan ako ni Maya.
I did not say anything anymore after that. Probably after after a couple of hours,
At sinatanong sa akin kung bakit hindi na ako pumunta.
she asked me why I did not come.
At sabi ko sa kanya, kay Maya, ayaw na ni mga Larry na pumunta ako dyan. Kasi andun na raw yung auntie.
Because I told her that Larry doesn't want me to come because his auntie is already there.
Do you recall if your daughter went to work on January 4th, 2021?
Natatandaan niyo po ba kung yung anak ninyo pumasok sa trabaho noong ika-4 ng Enero taong 2021?
Hindi.
No.
So she stayed at home.
Council,
Siguro.
the objectives.
Okay.
Foundation. Sustained on the lack of foundation.
When your daughter called you on January 4th, 2021, what time did she call you?
Nung tinawagan po kayo ng anak ninyo at Enero, anong taong 2021? Anong oras po kayo? Anong oras po siya tumawag sa inyo?
Hindi ko na matandaan o maaga daling araw o ano.
I don't remember anymore whether it was morning or early morning. I don't know.
Did she tell you what time where you were supposed to be at her house to babysit?
Sinabi ba niya sa inyo kung anong oras kayo dapat pumunta sa bahay niya para mag-alaga?
Hindi niya sinasabi sa akin kung anong oras.
She did not know I had to come out.
When you told her, yes, I would babysit, you didn't have any idea what time you should come. Is that right?
Nung sinabi niyo sa kanya na sige pupunta ako para mag-alaga, hindi niyo sinabi wala idea anong oras?
Wala akong idea.
No, I don't have idea.
At that time, was it your understanding when she called you that you were supposed to be babysitting on that same day, January 4th, 2021?
Nung oras na tumawag siya, ang pagkakaintindi ninyo na kailangan pupunta kayo para kayo sa 4 ng Enero ng taong 2021.
Ayun nga, nung tinawagan ako, kung bakit hindi na 2021, tinawagan niya ako.
When she called me in 2021, she asked me why.
Tinanong niya sa akin, bakit ako hindi pumunta?
She asked me why I did not come.
At tinanong ko at sinabi ko sa kanya, sinagot ko, ayaw ni Larry na pumunta ako dyan.
I answered, Larry doesn't want me to come.
At nagbibiro nga lang ako sa kay Maya na baka ayaw na ni Larry makita ang mukha ko. Kaya hindi niya ako pumunta.
I even told Maya, maybe Larry doesn't want to see my face, that's why he doesn't want me to come.
What day did Mr. Millete call you to cancel your scheduled babysitting?
Anong araw po ninyo para i-cancel yung pag-aalaga ninyo?
Hindi ko alam kung linggo o Lunes, hindi ko alam.
I do not know if it was
Hindi ko
Sunday.
matandaan.
If it was Sunday or Monday, I do not know. I don't remember anymore.
After you spoke to your daughter and informed her that you were not sit, what was her reaction to that?
Council, I don't mind to an extent questions being repeated on cross-examination, but
Okay.
we have an interpreter for a limited amount of time,
Okay.
and most of these questions have multiple times.
Can I just have one follow-up question regarding that, Your Honor?
Oo, ilang beses na tinanong.
Yes, it has been asked.
No.
Hindi po kayo kailangan magsalita.
Next question.
Thank you, Yana. Mr. Tabalansa, when you agreed to babysit your grandchildren, was it your understanding that your wife, Naomi, was also going to go with you to babysit?
Ginoong Tabalansa, nung kayo po ay tinawagan ninyo para pagka hindi po ba yung asawa ninyong si Naomi pupunta rin po para mag-alaga?
Hindi naman sinabi sa akin kung hindi naman sasabihin sa akin kung pupunta siya. Kung kasama ko yung asawa ko, hindi.
I was not told whether she has to come or my wife will be or not.
Okay. So let me ask you some questions about January the 9th. When you received a phone call from your son, you recall that?
Ano po kayo ng mga tanong po kayo ng mga bilang Enero, ano po kayo natawag mula sa anak ninyong lalaki, natatandaan niyo po yun?
Diba?
Yes, ma'am.
So from January the 4th to January the 9th, you did not hear any, whether it's text or telephone or in person, regarding your daughter, Millete.
Mula po noong 4 ng Enero hanggang 9 ng Enero, wala po kayo narinig na kahit na ano tungkol sa anak ninyong kapait, kung ito man po ay sa pamamagitan ng text, wala na kahit ano.
Wala na, yung naririnig ko lang yung mga bali-balita na nawala na yung anak ko.
No, I was just hearing the words that my child is missing.
When you, January the 9th, when your son called you, did he actually tell you something bad happened to your daughter, May, or exactly?
Nung tinawagan po yun ng anong lalaki, nung 9 ng Enero, sinabi ba niya talaga na mayroong masamang nangyari kay May? O ano yung eksaktong sinabi niya po?
Sinabi niya sa akin, nang tawagan ako, Papang, punta ka sa bahay ni Maya, may nangyari masama.
When he called me, he said, Papa, go to Maya's house, something bad happened.
Did he specify what that bad thing is or was?
Tinukoy niya po ba kung ano yung masamang bagay na yun, masama kung bagay na yun na nangyari o ano man yun?
Ano, hindi niya sinabi sa akin kung anong klaseng nangyari o ano.
No, he did not say anything as to what happened or not.
Did your son tell you that?
Sabi niyo ng anak ninyong laki na nawawala si Maya?
Hindi.
No.
Sinabi niya lang na may masamang nangyari.
She just said something bad happened.
But you did not have any idea what that was, correct?
Pero wala po kayong kahit na anong idea kung ano po.
You proceeded to travel to Chula Vista at the residence, and you knocked at the door, correct?
Patuloy po kayo pumunta sa tirahan nila sa Chula Vista, tapos hindi po kayo kumatok sa pinto, tama?
Hindi. Kasi
Because the door was open.
Perhaps you need to be specific as to whether it was the front door of the house or
Okay.
the bedroom door.
All right. And it was Mr. Millete, your son-in-law, who
left side,
Ano po?
nasa loob sila.
They were inside.
Millete was inside, and did he open the door for you? I mean, which door? Are you saying that the entrance to the house was wide open?
Nasa loob po yung manugang ninyo ng bahay. Ang sinasabi niyo po, anong pinto po? Ang sinasabi niyo po ba yung harapan na pinto ng bahay?
Yung harapan ng pinto ng bahay.
The front door of the house.
Okay. And you saw Mr. Millete standing there inside near the stairs, or where was he?
Nasa loob, nakatayo. Nakatayo po ba siya? O nasaan po siya?
Nakatayo doon.
Standing there.
And he welcomed you in, invited you in, and he wasn't nervous, or what was his demeanor?
Ano pong itsura niya? Inanyayahan ba kayong pumasok o pinapasok na? Ano pong itsura niya?
Wala siyang itsura. Basta simple lang.
No, he didn't show any demeanor. He was just, he acted simple. He just, sige po, ano po?
At tinanong ko sa kanya kung nasaan si Maya.
And then I asked him where Maya is.
Did he appear nervous to you?
Mukha po ba siyang ninenervyo sa tingin ninyo?
Hindi.
No.
And who was with him while he was standing there?
Sino po kasama niya doon habang nakatayo siya doon?
Hindi ko na. Ang kasama niya doon mga bata. Saka ang tita niya. Saka yung uncle niya.
I don't remember clearly, but he was there with the children, his auntie, and his uncle.
Did you proceed to go upstairs in front of your daughter's bedroom after you entered, or did you go roam around the house before you went upstairs?
Let's calm down. Rephrase.
Okay. After you entered the front door and you saw your son-in-law, Larry, did you did anything else?
Pagkapasok niyo po dun sa pinto sa harapan, nag-usap po ba kayo ng manugang ninyong si Larry? May ginawa pa ba kayo pagkapasok niyo?
Pagkapasok ko, tinanong ko agad sa kanya na kung nasaan si Maya.
When I entered, I asked him right away where Maya is.
He didn't know that he was correct.
At hindi siya nag-alinlangan na sabihin sa inyo na nasa taas siya, tama?
Hindi.
No?
And did you ask him if he can go upstairs and call your daughter to come down?
Counsel, could you please, this is interpreted.
When Mr. Millete told you that she was upstairs, did you ask Mr. Millete to go upstairs and see if he come to see?
Thank you. Nung sinabi po sa inyo ni Ginoong Millete na nasa taas po yung anak ninyo, sinabi ba ninyo kay Ginoong Millete na puntahan siya sa taas at tanungin kung pwede siyang bumaba para makita kayo?
Hindi na ako nagtanong sa kanya. Basta dumiretso lang ako sa taas.
No, I did not ask him.
Sandali. Kung saan si Maya. Kaya, naglakaraan ako yung dumiretso lang sa taas.
When I asked him where Maya was, he said he's upstairs. So I just went straight, go upstairs.
And where was Mr. Millete when you went upstairs?
Nasa po sa taas.
Nasa likod ko.
He was right behind me.
Isn't it true that he was actually in the kitchen and not behind you?
He's
Hindi ba
not.
tama na nasa kusina, talagang nasa kusina naman talaga siya at wala siya sa likuran ninyo?
Nasa likod ko.
He was right behind me.
Could you please describe what Mr. Millete was doing when he was right there in front of you?
Pwede niyo po bang isalara?
Well, he's behind them.
Well,
Is that
okay.
the name?
Well, let me clean it up, Joanna. As you entered Mr. Milete's residence, you saw him there standing in front of you, correct?
Kung kayo ay ni Ginoong Millete, nakita niyo po siya na nakatayo sa harapan ninyo, tama po?
Dito sa loob. Nandun sa loob. Hindi sa kaharap sa akin.
Inside, not in front of me.
Did you have an opportunity to see what Mr. Millete was wearing?
Nagkaroon po ba kayo ng pagkakataon na makita kung anong suot ni Ginoong Millete?
Hindi ko intindi yung kung sino. Hindi ko noon kung nasaan ang anak ko.
I was not paying attention to what he was wearing. What I was thinking about the time was where my daughter was.
Was there any reason why you did not use your cell phone to call Miss Millete when there was no answer, calling her name for 5 minutes. Is there any reason why you didn't call on the cell phone?
Meron po ba kayong kahit na anong dahilan na hindi ninyo tinawagan, nagtatawagan ng gamit po yung telepono ninyo, tawagan niyo siya pagkatapos niyo pong kumatok ng mga sa loob ng 5 minuto at walang sagot?
Paano ko tatawagan yan sa cellphone? Ako sa tinawagan ko lang yung pangalan niya.
How can I call her when I was right in front of her door? I kept knocking, knock, 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 knock. I just kept calling her name.
Did you bring your cell phone with you on that day?
Nung araw na yun, dala niyo po ba yung telepono niyo?
Opo.
Cellphone niyo? Yes, ma'am.
You just said it, who was behind you, to just call Miss Millete to see if she's inside the room.
Meron po bang kahit na anong dahilan na bakit hindi ninyo sinabihan si Ginoong Millete na tawagan siya sa cellphone na nandun lang sa likuran ninyo para malaman kung nandun siya sa loob ng kwarto?
Hindi ko sinabi.
I did not say, I did not ask him to call Maya.
Isn't it true that when you asked Mr. Millete if he had the key, he said he had to look for it?
Hindi ba totoo na tinanong ninyo si Ginoong Millete kung meron siyang susi, sinabi niya sa inyo na hahanapin niya?
Hindi niya sinabi. Basta
No, he did not say. He just pulled it out of his pocket. There is.
Isn't it true that Mr. Millete was wearing an outfit without any pockets that day?
Hindi ba totoo na si Ginoong Millete, ang suot niya, kasuotan niya nung araw na yon ay mga damit niya ay walang bulsa?
Hindi ko alam.
I do not know.
During the time that you stayed at the Millete residence for a long time, were you able to observe Mr. Millete's clothing, what he was wearing that day?
Doon sa loob ng panahon na nandun kayo sa bahay nila Ginoong mga Millete, napansin niyo ba kung napunan ba ko ang kasuotan ni Ginoong Millete nung araw na yon?
Hindi ko naman kung anong klase so.
This is January 9th that you're asking about. Is that correct? I can't hear you. Saturday the 9th.
Okay, yeah,
Is
excuse
that
me.
the day you're asking about?
The same day that he testified that he stayed in their house waiting for Miss Millete to come home. He just stayed there.
I don't think it's been answered. Just ask again. On January 9th, he remembers
All right.
what he was wearing.
On January the 9th, 2021, you testified earlier that you stayed in Miss Milete's house waiting for her to come home. Is that right?
Sinasabi ninyo na noong ika-9 ng Enero taong 2021, nanatili po kayo sa bahay ni Ginang Millete at na inaantay siya na umuwi ng bahay. Tama ba?
Opo.
Yes, ma'am.
While you were waiting inside the house, did you have an opportunity to observe what Mr. Millete was wearing?
Habang nag-aantay kayo sa loob ng bahay, nagkaroon ba kayo ng pagkakataon kasuotan ni Ginoong Millete?
Hindi ko anong klaseng suot. Wala akong alam. Hindi ko pinakialaman kung anong suot niya.
I was not paying attention to what he was wearing. I don't care what he was wearing.
After you searched Miss Milete's bedroom and found out that she was not there, and you decided or some hours, what did you do during all the time of waiting for Miss Millete to come back?
Hindi.
Pagkatapos niyo pong maghanap dun sa bahay na kalaman ninyo na wala si Ginang Millete at nag-antay kayo, ano pong ginawa ninyo doon sa buong maghapon na yun habang nag-aantay kayo?
Iyak na lang ako ng iyak.
I just kept crying.
Why were you crying?
Bakit?
Yung anak ko, hindi ko na maantay.
Because my child was missing already. I cannot wait for her anymore.
Was your wife still waiting outside while you were crying inside?
Yung asawa niyo po
I'm
ba,
not crying inside.
yung asawa niyo po ba nag-aantay siya sa labas habang umiiyak kayo sa loob?
Hindi sa loob ko, sa labas na ako umiyak.
I was
Ako na yata.
crying outside. I think the whole day I was just crying.
Okay, so when did you go outside of the house after you finished searching for Miss Millete inside the house?
Hindi ko na alam kung anong oras.
I do not know anymore what time that was.
But actually, you left the Millete residence that afternoon and came back after several hours. Isn't that correct?
Hindi po ba tama sabihin na umalis kayo dun sa bahay ng mga Millete? Ilang oras, tama ba?
Nandiyan lang ako sa labas.
I just stayed outside.
What time, if you were outside in the front of the house, or where exactly outside did you stay?
Council, I don't see the relevance to this line of question. You need to
Okay,
know.
I'll withdraw the question. When at the Millete residence, did your other children arrive?
Habang nag-aantay po kayo doon sa bahay ng mga Millete, dumating po ba yung mga ibang anak ninyo?
Opo,
Yes, ma'am.
Who arrived?
Sino po ang dumating?
hindi ko na maalam kung sino sa kanila.
No.
Did your daughter Mary Chris arrive at the Millete residence that afternoon?
Dumating po ba yung anak ninyong babaeng si Mary Chris doon sa bahay ng mga Millete nung hapon na yun?
Hindi ko alam kung hapon o mga
I do not know where it will make.
Do you recall speaking to officer of the Chula Vista Police on January 27, 2020?
Natatandaan niyo po ba kung may kinausap kayong mga opisyales sa police doon sa Chula Vista po noong ika-27 noong Enero taong 2021?
kahit ni isang pulis, hindi ko wala akong nakausap.
Not even as police, I've not spoken. I did not speak to any police.
How long did you stay in Miss Millete's bedroom when you were looking for her?
Kung kayo dili sa bedroom sa tulugan ni Ginang Millete noong naghahanap kayo sa kanya?
Hindi ko na matanda kung may 5 minuto o wala.
I don't remember whether I was there for 5 minutes or not.
While you were inside Miss Millete's bedroom, did you observe any signs of fighting or struggling?
Nung nandun kayo, pansin ba na may mga sinyalis ng nag-aaway o nagkakagulo?
Wala, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Was there anything that you saw on the walls that may have given you a clue that something was wrong?
Meron ba kayo nakita sa kahit na ano sa dingding na magbibigay sa inyo ng mga may mga maling nangyayari?
Wala ma'am, maayos lahat.
No ma'am, everything was clean.
When you that Miss Milete's bed was made, do you mean that there were pillows in order and a comforter on the bed? Or what do you mean by she made up her bed or the bed was made?
Nung sinabi niyo po na maayos yung kama, naayos na yung kama ng Ginang Millete, may nakita pa kayong mga unan, may nakapatong na comforter na anong ibig niyo sabihin nung sinabi niyo naayos na yung kama?
Ang dalawa na yung saka yung bangke, parang tugi ng punta ka sa tayo.
There were 2 pillows there, and then the blanket, it was folded like it's folded like you were in a hotel.
Did you see anything that gave you some indication that Miss Millete was checking things or everything looks unusual?
May nakita po ba kayong kahit na anong bagay na nagbibigay ng indikasyon na si Ginang Millete ay nag-iimpake siya o mayroong bagay na hindi pangkaraniwan?
Wala akong nakita na puro maayos yung damit, yung kata lahat.
I didn't see anything at all.
Were you aware of the planned trip to Big Bear?
Alam niyo po ba yung planong biyahe papunta sa Big Bear?
Hindi ko, ang alam ko lang sa birthday ng anak niya, sabi niya, celebrate yata. Hindi nila sinasabi sa akin.
I am not really privy to that. I heard that on their child's birthday they will celebrate it at the Big Bear, but they don't tell me anything about it.
That means that you were not planning to go to Big Bear with them?
Nangangahulugan po kayo na hindi kayo nagpaplano na pumunta ka nila?
Hindi, ayaw ko pumunta sa Big Bear, lalamig.
Big Bear, it's so cold.
Okay.
Hindi ko kaya ng lamig.
I can't stand the cold there.
Okay. So now, did you, when you did not see Miss Millete inside the room, what other room did you search?
Nung hindi po ninyo nakita si Ginang Millete doon sa loob ng silid, ano pa pong ibang kwarto ang hinalugog nyo?
Hindi ko hinalugog. Tumingin lang ako, 3 kwarto. Pag nang wala na siya, bumaba na ako dito.
I did not search, I just look for a room after another. 3 rooms and then
So did you exit the bedroom ahead of Mr. Millete, or did Mr. Millete leave the bedroom first and you were still inside Miss Millete's bedroom?
nauna po ba kayong umalis, lumabas ng kwarto, nauna kayo kay Ginang Millete o nandun pa siya?
Hindi ko na matandaan kung nauna siya sa akin o nauna.
Whether he stepped outside ahead of him or I was the first to go outside.
Okay. So when Mr. Millete told you that his wife's, whatever it is that he told you that is his credit card, what's your response to that? What's your response to him when he told you that the credit card was not there?
Anong sinabi po sa inyo nung ni Ginoong Millete na wala doon yung credit card. Ano po yung sagot ninyo sa kanya doon?
Wala akong sinagot sa kanya.
No, I did not respond anything to him.
Did you ask Mr. Millete to search in the room, see if there was any missing?
Sinabi niyo po ba kay Ginoong Millete na hanapin, tingnan pa yung buong kwarto kung meron pang ibang bagay na nawawala?
Hindi.
No?
Did Mr. Millete indicate to you that there were other items missing in the bedroom?
May sinabi pa po ba meron po ba siyang sinabi na may indikasyon na meron pang ibang bagay na nawawala sa kwarto? No? None?
While Mr. Millete was in the bedroom, he was doing his bedroom?
Habang nasa kwarto si Ginoong Millete, nakikita niyo po ba kung anong ginagawa ni Ginoong Millete sa kwarto?
Hindi ko nakikita.
No,
Basta alam ko lang yung nung pumunta ako sa loob ng kwarto, hinanap ko si Maya kung nasaan. Ayun, hindi ko makita. Yun na.
No, I did not see him. When I went inside the room, I just looked for Maya, and then when I did not find her, that's it.
Okay, so while you were there in the bedroom with no going on with you and Mr. Millete?
Nung nandun po kayo sa loob ng...
Okay.
That's misstates the evidence. He's
All right.
talked about what conversation that did happen.
Let me just ask about, did you tell Mr. Millete how worried you were?
Sinabi niyo po ba kay Ginoong Millete kung gaano kayo nag-aalala?
Sinabi ko sa kanya na kung nasaan ang anak ko.
I told him, where's my daughter?
But you didn't tell him how worried you were.
Pero hindi niyo po sinabi.
Hindi.
No.
You also did not look in the backyard, correct?
At hindi rin po kayo naghanap sa likuran ng...
Hindi ako nagano sa sigurado.
No, I did not look in the backyard either.
And you didn't ask anyone else if they knew where Miss Millete was.
Objection vague.
Well, let me just draw. Did you ask Clara May, your granddaughter, if she knew where her mother?
No.
Tinanong niyo po ba apo ninyo si Larry kung alam niya kung nasa nanay niya?
Hindi.
No.
How about the other grandchildren that were there present in the house while you were searching?
Eh, yung mga ibang apo naman po na nandun habang naghahanap kayo.
Wala. Ayun kung nasaan si Maya.
No, I did not ask any one of them where Maya was.
At that time, Simon, you were there at the house. Did you look at Miss Milete's vehicle if it was there in near the residence?
Noong panahon na yun na nandun kayo sa bahay, tinignan niyo ba? Kasi malapit sa bahay.
Opo.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you find her vehicle?
Nahanap niyo ba yung sakyan niya?
Andun sila lahat. Sinabi ko kay Larry kung nasaan yung source, yung kotse niya na Lexus.
I asked Larry where the key to the car, her car Lexus.
How about park near the residence?
Counsel, Your Honor, this is the interpreter. Could you please amend the word?
Okay. At that time, well, you were there on January the 9th. Did you observe Maya's Jeep Cherokee parked anywhere close to the residence?
No, it's a question that she can ask.
It's a new question, yeah.
Nung panahon pong nandun kayo, sorry, Your Honor. Is that,
Over.
I'm sorry. Nung panahon nandun po kayo, napansin niyo ba kung nandun ba yung sasakyan Millete na nakapara sa malaki?
Hindi ko na yan kasi. Pero parang nandoon.
I don't believe I saw it, but I think it seems like it was there.
Now, Larry, you stated that Mr. Millete put his arm. Isn't it true he was just attempting to calm you or, ease your concerns about Miss Millete at that time?
Objection calls for speculation.
Hindi ba totoo na nung nilagay niyo yung kamay niya sa balikat niyo, yung braso niya sa balikat niyo na kinakalma lang kayo, pinaparamapaya kayo?
Sabi, huwag kang babalik din yung.
She told me, don't worry, she will come back.
Hindi ko magagawa yung kasi mahal ko si Maya.
I cannot do that because I love her.
That's why I wonder why did he said that? That cannot do that.
That's why I wonder why he said that he cannot do that.
What that means?
What that means?
You want him to respond to so
Gusto ko po kayo sumagot sa Tagalog.
Opo.
Yes, Your Honor.
he repeats.
Pakiulit niyo po.
Ano yun? Sinabi.
Which one, Your Honor?
The last statement.
Yung mga huli ninyong sinabi.
Sabi niya sa akin, huwag kang mag-alala, babalik din yun.
He told Papa she will be back and I cannot do that to her because I love her.
Did Larry put his arms around you while you were outside the house or inside the house?
Nilagay ba ni Larry yung braso niya sa balikat ninyo habang nasa loob pa kayo ng bahay o nasa labas na?
Malapit kami sa front door.
We were close to the front door.
Were you at that time?
Paalis na po kayo ng oras kayo? Si Maya, mahilig siya mag-hiking po.
Papa.
Tama? Yes, ma'am.
And she doesn't go jogging.
At hindi siya nagja-jogging.
Si Maya.
You mean Maya?
Yes.
Opo.
Si Maya, nagja-jogging din siya.
Maya goes jogging.
And in fact, you've never seen.
Totoo, hindi niyo pa siya nakita na nagja-jogging.
Anong hindi? Pumunta doon sa taas, doon sa likod ng bahay nila.
What do you mean? She went up to the back of their house.
And in fact, Larry told you she went hiking, not jogging.
Hike siya, hindi nag-jogging.
Ang jogging at hiking, parang iisa.
Because my understanding, jogging and hiking, they're all the same. They're one and the same.
And you also knew that Maya had left us for a period of time in 2020. Is that correct?
At alam niyo rin po na mayroong mga ilang pagkakataon na si Maya umalis ng bahay nila ilang beses ng taong 2020. Tama ba?
Hindi ko alam.
I do not know.
So is it your testimony that you did not know about Miss Millete's moving out of the house and residing with your son, JR?
So hindi po ninyo alam, wala po kayong alam na si Miss Millete.
Alam ko yun, nag-aaway-away siya. Minsan tumira doon.
I know that when they were fighting one time, she stayed there.
Did you visit Miss Millete when she was residing at your son's house?
Objection
Just outside
relevant.
the stove,
Okay.
correct.
What time did you leave Mr. Millete's residence on January 9, 2021?
Anong oras po kayo umalis sa bahay ng Ginong Millete noong ika-9 ng Enero taong 2021?
Hindi ko na po matandaan.
I don't remember anymore.
Was there any reason why you did not wait for the police officers to arrive at Mr. Milete's residence?
Meron po bang
Foundation.
Sustained.
meron po bang dahilan bakit kayo nag-antay na dumating yung mga pulis doon sa bahay ni Ginoong Millete?
Wala akong
No, no, sorry, I sustained the objection. You don't have to answer.
Huwag niyo pong sagutin.
I want to ask you about this incident that you described at a party in Mali. Hear that?
Interpreter, what time will we have that?
2 o'clock po. 2 o'clock?
Yes. About 2 to 3. Is there any objection to calling a witness out of order from 1:30 to 2?
No objection, Your Honor.
None, no.
We're going to recess. Sir, we'll have you back on the stand at 2 o'clock. 2
Bababalikin,
o'clock sharp.
bababalikin po kayo dito ng alas 2 po. In punto.
Have a nice lunch. Court is in recess until 1:30. You'll have a witness at 1:30?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, guys, they're on recess until 2 o'clock. That's Pacific time. And so I guess we'll all just kind of take a break. I'll leave the stream running so that way you can just jump back in whenever that 2 o'clock time happens, and we'll just restart the stream. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. 1:30 Pacific time is when they resume, and then Dad back on the stand at 2. My apologies. Good catch. Hey, everyone. We're just waiting for them to come back into court, and then I will go ahead and start sharing the stream again. Looks like they're still in lunch. I don't want CBS 8 to get mad that I'm streaming their stream, but so far they've been the most consistent, so I've been using them.
We're back on the record. Counsel and the defendant are present. The witness on the stand. Witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Tabalenza.
Good afternoon.
And I'm going to also, sir, we do need you to answer pretty much everything in Tagalog if you know the words for it. This is easier for my court reporter.
Yes, it was very clearly that I saw it. I'm not blind.
And where exactly were you located in house during that event?
Counsel, beg,
Oh, okay.
may be misstating his testimony if you're talking about when he's showing.
All right. Now, when Mr. Millete showed you the gun, where exactly were you located?
Nung pinakita ko sa inyo na ginamilanes yung baril, nasa kayo eksakto yung lokasyon ninyo?
Nasa harap ako ng garage.
I was in front of the garage.
What? Tinitignan ko yung mga apo ko naglalaro sa kalsada.
I was keeping an eye on my grandchildren playing on the street.
So, can you describe the firearm? What color was it? How big was it?
Pwede niyo po bang isalarawan yung baril, kung anong kulay ito, kung gaano kalaki?
Wala palagay ko. Tawag nila yung kasi hindi ko alam kung sinong klase ng baril yata. 9mm yata. Ganyan kami.
I think this much, because I know also some kinds of gun. I think they call it 9mm. This small,
Kulay itim.
color black.
While describing the firearm, the witness just held up his two index fingers on his right and left hand, approximately 6 inches apart. Next question.
Thank you, Yana. How long did he show you the gun?
Gaano niya katagal sa inyo yung baril?
Hindi abot. Wala yata 5 minuto.
It was not even 5 minutes.
And you didn't ask him any questions while he was holding the gun for 5 minutes?
Wala kayong tinanong sa kanya kahit na anong tanong habang hinahawakan niya yung baril sa loob ng 5 minuto?
Wala, natawa lang ako, umalis na ako.
No, I just laughed it off. I left.
Did you ever suspect when he was talking, when Mr. Millete was talking to you, did you have any suspicion that he might use that gun to hurt someone from someone that you know?
Pumasok ka sa isip ninyo na maaaring gamitin ni Ginoong Milenes yung bagay na yon na para saktan ng isang tao na kilala ninyo.
Wala. Kasi alam ko, wala naman siyang kaaway doon sa kanila. Yung mga bayaw niya, yung mga kamag-anak niya, yung mga maliliit lang. Paano siya sasaktan yung mga bata?
No, because he doesn't. Nobody knows. Nobody would hurt him there. All his in-laws and the children, and they were just the children. How could they hurt him?
You've never seen Mr. Millete hurt your daughter Maya. Is that correct?
Tama po bang sabihin na hindi pa ninyo nakita si Ginoong Millete na saktan ng anak ninyong si Maya?
Hindi pa.
Not yet.
Did you at any time sleep at Mr. Milete's house in December 2020 without babysitting, just sleeping there?
Kayo po ba pumunta na kayo sa bahay ni Ginoong Millete na hindi kayo nag-aalaga ng bata? Parang natutulog lang kayo doon sa bahay nila noong taong 2020.
Hindi kami pumupunta dyan kung hindi kami alaga ng bata o kaya may sabihin sa akin ni Maya, o pag tinawagan ako, wala naman kami gagawin. Tapos kinawagan.
Very friendly that, or if Maya would call us, and then if he calls us, he would the following day he would leave right away.
At any time after your daughter went missing, do you recall talking to Millete again?
So kahit na anong pong pagkakataon pagkatapos mawala ng anak ninyo, natatandaan niyo ba na nag-usap pa kayo ni Ginoong Millete?
Hindi na kami nag-usap pero naman.
No, we never spoke with each other again.
You don't remember that days later, after you went to Mr. Milete's house on January the 9th, that you had spoken to Mr. Millete and asked him if he was responsible for your daughter's absence in the house?
Counsel, this is interpreted. Could you please repeat those? Please.
You don't remember that days later, after the disappearance of your daughter, Mrs. Millete, isn't it true that you met and spoke to Mr. Larry Millete?
Hindi po ba totoo na pagkatapos mga ilang araw makalipas, nagkausap pa kayo tapos malaman na nawawala yung anak ninyo, Ginoong Millete, na nagkausap pa uli kayo?
Hindi na kami nagkausap.
No, we did not
Wala yung anak.
since my child went missing.
And you don't remember that during that later date that you asked him if he was responsible for Maya's disappearance?
Hindi niyo ba natatandaan na noong mga makalaang ng mga pagkakataon, hindi niyo ba natatandaan na tinanong na siya kung responsable siya sa pagkawala ni Maya?
Tinanong ko lang siya na kung nasaan na yung si Maya.
I just asked him where Maya is.
And you don't remember meeting him later, correct?
Hindi niyo natatandaan na nakita pa siya kayong dalawa, tama?
Opo, hindi na kami nagkita nung Nung umalis na kami sa kanilang bahay, andun. Hanggang doon na lang.
No, since we left their house, we did not see each other anymore.
Let me ask you about the time that you spoke to Miss Bowles and Mr. Rhodes in January 10, 2022, that you testified you remembered speaking to them.
Natatandaan niyo po ba kanina sinabi niyo na natatandaan niyo na nakausap niyo si Gihang Boss nung Enero, just po nung taong 2022 na nakausap niyo sila?
Sino? Si
Whom are you referring to?
Counsel, Miss Bowles and Mr. Rhodes.
Yung abogado po, si Ginang Boss at saka yung si Ginong Rhodes po.
The two individuals at the table in front of us, the prosecutor and her investigator.
Yung dalawang tao po nasa harapan, yung prosecutor po at saka investigador.
Oo, nakausap ko minsan.
Yes, I spoke with them once.
And at that time, you told them that you thought that Larry is a good person, correct?
Sa pagkakataon na yun, sinabi ninyo na sa palagay ninyo na si Larry ay mabuting tao, tama?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you never told them that you suspected Larry killed your daughter.
Objection, relevance, beyond scope, hearsay.
And that's all, Larry. I just,
Say no more.
okay. Your witness.
Read it.
Thank you. Your Honor, I actually have a lot of questions for this one.
Okay, may the witness be excused?
Yes, Shannon.
All right, sir, thank you very much. That concludes your testimony.
Maraming salamat po, tapos na po yung testimony ninyo.
Oo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Nice day. And you can remain if you'd like.
Pwede po kayo manatili kung gusto ninyo.
Next.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people called Blaine Hinckley.
Mr. Hinckley, is somebody gonna watch your jacket for you out there?
What's that?
Somebody gonna watch your jacket for you? Okay, we don't wanna leave it up in this. Appreciate it. Yeah, okay, okay. Come on. Okay, will you kind of stand right here for me? Raise your right hand, please say you may be up there with the black jacket.
Do you solemnly state that the truth, the testimony provided in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, walk around there, take a seat right up there. and I'm gonna stand.
Sir, would you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Blaine Hinckley, Hinckley.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
Mr. Hinckley, what do you do for a living?
I'm a plumber.
Want to direct your attention to photograph. Court's Exhibit 3-1. Do you recognize who's in that photograph?
I do.
Who is that person?
Maya.
And when did you meet Maya?
So I met Maya doing some off-roading in our Jeeps in the end of 2020 on 2 trips specifically, 12/12, and then the day after Christmas. And we went down to the desert.
I'm gonna ask you some questions about that, but let's back up first. Are you part of some type of group on Facebook? How is it that you actually met?
Sure. So initially it was through the San Diego Jeep Club, but that's not how I met her. Through meeting friends in the Jeep Club, we sort of went off and kind of made our own group. And in that small group, she was invited through proxy of somebody else.
So just so we understand, what is the San Diego Jeep Club?
San Diego Jeep Club is an off-road group specific to Jeep owners. Basically, they meet monthly, go out and do off-roading runs for people that own Jeeps, mostly Wranglers, to get together and just go out and have fun with their Jeeps, meet other like-minded people, crawl on top of rocks and take pictures of it.
And can anyone join the Jeep Club?
As long as you have a Jeep. Yeah, just for this one specific group. There's many other off-road groups in San Diego, and it's not specific to just Jeeps.
So are you on a Facebook Messenger communication or on Facebook with this Jeep, the San Diego Jeep Club?
I'm no longer in the club. When I had gone to a couple events and I had met some people, and then we sort of created our own little group. You kind of click in with people that you like. And so I had some Facebook messages rather, excuse me, with people that we had created our own little group with.
And who are those people?
You want to know names?
Just a few of the names that.
There would be Kevin, my friend Angela, trying to think who else was in that original chat. Lori.
Is it fair to say that within the group then you kind of find the people that maybe you enjoy spending time with, and then you kind of start planning kind of offshoot trips with those people?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't want to hang out with everybody, and not everybody wants to hang out with everybody else. So yeah, we certainly find the people that we have the most in common with.
Did you meet Maya first, or did you communicate on Facebook with her first?
I met her first.
And where was it that you met her?
So that would be the first run on December 12th, 2020. And we did a run down the desert to a specific area called Painted Gorge down in Ocotillo.
And how far away is that?
I'm geographically inept, so just down in the desert. I live in Santee.
East?
It is
West?
east,
North?
yeah. It's far east down on the desert floor, down in those that may be not familiar with it, the Anza, Borrego, and Ocotillo Wells desert area.
So the first trip was December 12th, 2020.
Correct.
Where did you first meet May on that trip?
So we typically meet at an area just above whatever trail we're about to embark on, for everybody to kind of muster up, talk about the trail, let air out of their tires. So I believe there was a spot just before the main trail that we got off on.
So typically,
I'm a bit confused.
Sure.
How is it that you came to meet her, that you both ended up on that trip on December 12th?
Sure. So there was a run that was put together, initially orchestrated by one of our sort of leaders in our little clique. And then there was just an influx of people that they had invited.
So the leader of the run invited both of you.
Correct. Yeah, there was probably at least 10 or 12 other Jeeps, I believe, on that run.
and you refer to a Jeep run. Can you tell us what that is referring to?
Sure. So it's a meetup you know, much like you would meet up with friends to go on a hike or something, or go out in the town, but we meet up with our Jeeps to a specific location, and then we do a trail, usually 2 to 4 to 6 hours, depending on how many rocks you want to take pictures on top of. And we just run through the desert, and that's it. So that would be a Jeep run.
So this particular Jeep run, organized by someone that was a mutual friend or a mutual acquaintance within the Jeep community of both you and Maya.
Correct.
And this meeting place, is that something that you typically do as well? Find some sort of meeting place so that all the Jeeps can converge prior to going out on the.
Yeah. So we like to caravan together. So sometimes within the clique, you may find people that live in the same proximity as you. You know, myself in East County, so we'll say, hey, so and so lives out here too. Do you guys want to meet up at, you know, a specific location, McDonald's, whatever, and then head down to the desert, and then we all, as one large group, will converge and meet at one specific location, usually designated by whoever's putting on the run.
So, for example, the Chevron off of the freeway might be a meeting spot.
Yep, down in Jacumba.
Jacumba is, that's,
Gosh, Jacumba.
thank you. So, for example, if someone was part of this organized trip who lived in Santee and another person lived in Chula Vista, you might meet them at the Chevron. From there, go out to where the trails are.
Yeah. Usually we try to muster up at a sort of last call gas station before we hit the trail. Fill up our gas tanks, get snacks, get drinks, you know, use the bathroom.
And you said something about letting air out of the tires. Tell us about that.
Sure. So when you're going off-road, basically there's two things that happens when letting air out of your tires. You gain better traction because you have a wider contact patch. So if we're doing any sort of crawling or going over obstacles, you have a better chance of doing it. And it also, being that we're on the dirt roads, rocky roads, you know, non-maintained roads, letting air out also gives a softer ride.
And then I presume after you finish with the Jeep run, you then
Put the air, you put air back in your tires. Yeah. So that's another convergence point where people kind of talk about the trail and talk about, you know, wins and, you know, always talking about how much more money they want to spend on their Jeep. And then people might share their compressors to put the air back in their tires. So, yeah.
is there a lot of gear or sort of extra toys that can be purchased when you're a Jeep enthusiast?
Oh my God, yes. Yeah, there's a lot. It really just depends how much money you want to spend. It never ends.
So you were part of this first Jeep run, December 12th, and how many Jeeps did you say were part of that?
I want to say approximately 12.
And I'll refer to as, and did you introduce yourself to you as Maya?
Yes.
Was Maya there with her 2 children?
She was on that run just with her 2 daughters.
So tell us a little bit about what that run, what you guys did on that Jeep run.
Sure. So I was particularly excited because I had just invested some money into my Jeep and wanted to see how it performed. I met Maya there, and she was specifically excited because they had just bought that Jeep for her. It was a nice one, top of the line.
What kind of Jeep did she have?
She had a Jeep Wrangler Rubicon. So that's kind of top of the line that you can get off of the show floor, as it were. She was just a little ball of energy, and it was rather infectious. Her daughters were just a ball of energy with her. They were just having girl time. It was great to see. I have 2 young kids, so it holds a special place in my heart to go out there, take my kids out there, and have fun. And her girls were having just as much fun.
Is it also common to take photos on these Jeep runs?
Yes. In fact, I would say you didn't go on a Jeep run if you didn't take at least 20 pictures.
And were there photographs taken of this particular Jeep run?
Yeah, absolutely. I captured some photos of her and her daughters. There was one specific obstacle, as it were, that we went down that she closed her eyes, because she was apprehensive and probably overly excited about what it meant to do that, a little scared probably. So I remember taking that photo.
So obstacles, I mean, how does it go? You kind of say, we're gonna go up this trail and kind of take on this obstacle. Who's gonna go first, or how does that work?
Yeah, so usually each trail kind of has a rating, whether it's locally or nationally known or not. Usually by the person that's leading the run will know the difficulty of the trail, and they'll say, "Hey, this is going to be pretty crazy. You can get into some stuff where your Jeep's going to get off camber."
I'm sorry.
Off camber would be really tilted. 15, 20, 25, 30 degrees. You kind of get uneasy in those positions. So that would be, going over an obstacle can create something off camber. But yeah, we would be going down a trail, and the leader of the group, again, at our original muster point, would say, "Hey, this is kind of what to expect for you guys." Of course, that's all depending on how involved the person leading the run is.
And just for the record, when you said off camber, you described that you kind of put your two hands at an angle.
So this is the Jeep. And then we would be going like that, like climbing walls intentionally.
Just for the record, the witness put his two hands up, palms facing down, and kind of his two thumbs just about half an inch apart, and kind of angled them towards the side to indicate the Jeep riding at a slight angle.
Yes. It's off camber.
Off camber, yes.
Okay, yes.
So-
we'll ask that you don't use your hands. Whenever anyone uses
Okay.
their hands, we have to then describe it for the record.
Understood.
Did, as part of these Jeep runs then, is it either the leader or as a group, you kind of take the temperature of the other individuals involved, in other words, how experienced they are?
We do, and we'll usually try to run it in some organized fashion where we try to have people that are more experienced running in various positions of the run. So if, let's say you have, 12 to 15 Jeeps, you'll have the leader in the front. You'll have somebody that leader knows and trusts because they've ridden with them, and say, "Hey, can you catch the middle for me?" And then another person will catch the tail end. So there's always, the beginners will be sandwiched in between other people that are experienced.
And what was Maya, if you know, was she?
She was a beginner.
Beginner. Do you know whether or not this was her first Jeep run?
I can't say specifically. I don't know.
Did she seem interested in learning more about Jeeps?
Yeah, totally.
Why
She
do you
caught
say
the
that?
bug. Because I mean, like all conversations, when we get to the air up point, everybody's excited talking about, "Oh, what about this? What is that you have there?" Usually, that level of engagement indicates they wanna keep doing it. They want to buy more.
And was that the attitude that Maya expressed as well?
Totally.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness
Why?
to show him some exhibits?
Yes.
Direct you to Court's Exhibit 12. And I will not be projecting the majority of these photos. Looking at 12-1, you recognize what is in that exhibit?
Yes.
What is that photograph of?
That would be Maya's Jeep Wrangler.
And do you recall if you know who took this photo? If you know.
I think that might have been me.
Does this look to be a fair and accurate photograph of the Jeep run that you were on December 12th?
Yes,
And then looking at 12-2, do you recognize what's in the photograph on that court exhibit?
I do.
And who's in that photograph?
That is Maya and one of her daughters.
Did you have an opportunity to observe Maya with her daughters that day?
I did.
And can you describe their interactions?
Connected, bubbly, energetic, bonded.
Looking at 12-3, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize that photograph to be?
The same one from 12-1, except it's a part of a messenger string.
And were you part of that messenger string on Facebook?
Yes.
Do you see a comment or something that you had written in connection with that photograph?
I did. Somebody else had mentioned Kevin, who was the leader of this one, jokingly, Maya, I think there's room for improvement on your technique. That was, sort of sarcastic. I had also chimed in saying, oh, but Maya, you captured the best essence of life, unfiltered fun and love. Your daughters are having pure fun with you.
And why did you write that?
I think a lot of reasons. One, I was still sort of new at that point too, so I had and still have the adventure bug, as it were, and I love taking my children out. I have 2 young kids, and she had that, and I could see the essence of her enjoyment with her children out there that day, and it rang close to my heart because I recognize it as the same enjoyment I have with my kids.
And I'm going to actually, if I may approach the witness with the photograph that I have on my iPad, because I think the color copy is a bit faded, and I'd like to ask the witness some questions about the exhibit with kind of a clearer picture.
Yes.
Unless you can see it, okay, but it's a little bit faded. So I'm going to show you and zoom in a little bit on 12-3. And just again, because it's faded somewhat, can you describe what is in that photograph?
Yeah, so this is the one where she's closing her eyes, which is hilarious. But she simultaneously has her eyes closed and a giant smile, and her daughter is sitting shotgun with just as big of a smile, but I believe her eyes are open. So.
And when you say shotgun, you mean in the passenger seat?
Correct, front passenger.
And these photos, 12-1 through 12-3, and the messages, do those appear to be accurate messages and photographs within the thread of communication that you were describing among this group of people?
Yes, absolutely.
Involved in the Jeep run?
Yeah, typically when we get done with the run, people just dump all their photos within the same private messenger that we've set up for that run, and then just talk about all the excitement they had and all the new things they need to buy.
You mentioned a second trip then on December 26th.
Correct.
You were on that trip as well?
Yes.
And Maya was on that trip as well?
Yes.
Who else was with Maya on that second Jeep trip?
This was her whole family. So it was also her son and Larry.
And the 2 girls were there as well, her 2 daughters?
Correct.
Now, did you notice either on this trip on the 26th or on the 12th, Maya to have her cell phone with her?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I noticed that on the 12th, she immediately, when we had the second muster point to do, airing down before hitting the trail, she was on her phone, and it looked like maybe she was doing some personal video blogging, at the very least, at least capturing the moment for what it was and kind of narrating her experience.
on the 26th of December, where was that Jeep trip?
That one was down Canyon Sanambre. So this, I believe, is an Ocotillo Wells as well. If not, then Anza Borrego. Either way, down in the desert. And we went, specifically the destination was the Mud Caves.
Was the trip on December 12th, was that also what would be considered Anza Borrego?
No. No, the first part of it is an Ocotillo. I think it ends up in parts of Anza. It's weird. The border sort of fishes in and out, or the trail fishes in and out of the borders between Ocotillo and Anza Borrego. But
That trip on December 12th, Maya was there solely with her girls in the Jeep.
correct.
And on the 26th, you said that one was Anza Borrego?
They said Canyon Sonoma, right?
Well, Canyon Sanambre is the name of the trail off the S22, which I think is an Ocotillo. But there's parts of it that end up in Anza.
How many Jeeps were on that second Jeep trip on December 26th?
I believe there was only 3 of us.
Who was on that trip?
It was myself, Kevin, and Maya. I'm sorry. 4. Angela was there as well.
Kevin, Angela, Maya, and you.
Yes.
Did other people bring their children?
Yes. Angela brought her son.
And you brought your kids?
Yes.
What was the sort of plan for that trip, that Jeep run?
So I had actually prompted this run myself. I had gone down with Kevin.
Actually, you know, I'm sorry, I'm a bit confused. I thought you said that on December 26th, it was Maya, all of her kids, and Larry.
Correct.
And then you said she just brought her. Oh, you're saying Angela. Or something.
Yes.
Not Maya. Getting confused. All right, sorry.
No worries. So I had prompted that trip. I had been doing some trips with some others and kind of wanted to do my own trip. So we went down to the Mud Caves, and I had reached out to Maya to see if she wanted to join along this one, because she just seemed like she had so much fun on this one. So we went down there, went down to the Mud Caves and explored the Mud Caves, which is a favorite of me and my children. And her kids came in as well. I think her son got detached from the group, so Angela stayed with the son and then brought him back out, and Larry was out there with Kevin. They didn't go in.
When you say detached from the group that went into the Mud Caves?
Yeah. Maya and her kids and my kids had all gone in there. We're all sort of together. But her son, for some reason, I don't know, he was playing around, and, you know, the group just kind of separated.
And Angela, you said Angela was kind of playing with him?
Yeah, stayed with him and just, you know, provided provision over him.
Did you do the same thing you described before, meet at a gas station or something prior to going out on the Jeep run?
We did. I had it slotted for the Chevron down in Hukumba.
Did you see whether or not May and Larry had, or Maya and Larry came in one car or 2 cars?
It was one, pretty positive, just one car. Because I'm sorry, we didn't even meet at the Hukumba gas station. I have to backtrack. We met at Acorn Casino. It's a little bit further up.
Okay. And do you recall seeing when they drove up?
Don't. Because Maya and Kevin might have caravanned up there. I think I went up there on my own and met at that gas station and waited for them.
So in other words, they met at a casino and then met you at the gas station?
No, at the casino, the same casino gas station at Acorn Casino.
you just don't recall whether or not you got there after Maya and her family had already arrived?
Correct.
Did you at any point see when May and her family were inside the Jeep driving around?
I did. When we did finally meet up at the casino gas station, that's when I initially saw her.
So I'm a little confused then. So you did see them drive up, or you didn't see them drive up?
I honestly don't remember.
But at some point you saw them in the
Correct.
Jeep.
Yeah.
Was there something unusual about that you recall?
Yeah, but it didn't strike me as unusual then. Only once we got to our next muster destination for airing down, and that was that Larry was in the Jeep, but he wasn't in the front seat.
Let's have him identify Larry.
Okay. Do you see Larry here in court?
Yes.
Could you point to him and tell us what he's wearing for the record to identify him?
Sure. Looks like he's wearing the red striped tie and the suit.
The record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant.
The record was so reflect.
Looking in the exhibit, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Looking at 12-4, do you recognize the individuals in that photograph?
Yes.
And who do you recognize that to be?
That looks like Maya, her daughter, her son, and Larry, and then Kevin in the background.
Did you say both of her daughters?
No, I only see one here.
12-4?
Correct. Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe is that her daughter?
Okay. Well, how many people do you see in the photo?
Well, from Maya's tribe, 4.
Okay, well, so let's just start then. Looking at the photograph from the far right, there's somebody who's wearing a green jacket.
Correct.
Do you recognize that to be
One of her daughters, yes.
Okay, and then next to the female in the green jacket, there's somebody wearing kind of like overalls.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that's her daughter too. I had originally thought that might have been Maya.
Okay. How tall is Maya?
I don't remember. I remember her being short, maybe 5 foot nothing, somewhere around there.
What's her stature?
Small.
And so, sorry, so you thought the one
In the middle, yeah.
Might be
Another
Maya.
small, structured female.
do you recognize who that is? Or if not, it's fine. Just if you do, could you tell us who that is?
Yes, that's her daughter.
And then there's a little boy with an anchor, like sweatshirt with an anchor on it.
Yep.
Recognize who that is?
And the red pants, yeah, that was who I came to know as her son.
And then kind of farther back towards the back of the Jeep, looks like wearing all black with hands in pockets. Who is that?
That would be Larry.
And then in the background, looks like there's like a red Jeep and somebody standing behind. Do you know who that is?
Yeah, so that's Kevin, and that's my red Jeep.
So is this photograph from 12-4 taken on the December 26th trip?
Yes.
Looking at 12-5, and I will project this one. You recognize the photo up on the screen to be the same photo in the binder?
Correct.
And is this another photo from that Jeep run on December 26th?
Yes.
Can you tell us what's happening in the photo?
Yeah. So again, she
Well, first of all, let's say who's in the photo.
that is Maya and Kevin. So Kevin has been off-roading for 20 plus years, and is just a wealth of knowledge of pretty much anything. So he always wants to teach. So in this specific photo, in this instance, Maya had what's called a winch on her bumper, and Kevin was just teaching the basics of how to operate that winch.
In your observations, did Maya seem interested in learning more about Jeeps?
Absolutely.
Why do you say that?
because she was fully engaged in this little training, as it were. And she was just super excited when driving the Jeep, doing what we were doing throughout the day on both different adventures.
So when there came to be a stop that allowed for some kind of learning opportunity about the Jeep, did she appear to be interested in knowing what was happening?
Absolutely.
And in the photograph, it looks like she's also wearing like overalls similar to what her daughter was wearing.
Yeah.
And then, not going to project 12-6, but what is in Courts Exhibit 12-6 looks like another Facebook record with a photograph and some messages. Do you recognize that? To be a photograph
Yeah.
from the December 26th Jeep run as well.
I do. So this is in the mud caves, and these are my two children, her two daughters, and I believe that is my friend Angela's son, Jack.
And it looks like you make, she asked a question about what was the name of the trail we did Saturday, and you indicate Sin Nombre Canyon, SINNOMBRE Canyon, into Diablo Drop-Off, DIABLO, ending in the Fish Creek Wash.
Correct.
And so that was where the Jeep run took you on that particular day.
Correct.
How was, what did you observe in terms of Maya's interactions with her children on that day, December 26th?
Oh man, again, when we were in the mud caves, she was just excited as her kids were. Just engaged, playful, curious, adventurous, laughing. She laughed as much as her kids did.
What are the mud caves? What
So-
do you do if you're exploring them?
Yeah, so the mud caves basically are tunnels inside of this silt dirt mountain. And it's a pretty popular tourist destination down there in the desert. And you just walk through the mud caves, these tunnels, and you bring flashlights. And if you turn them off, it's completely dark.
Did Larry go into the mud caves?
No.
Did you have much interaction with Larry on that day?
Not a whole lot, just a basic introduction.
How did the trip end?
As they all do, in the wash and airing up our tires.
At the end of the Jeep run, then, did you see when everyone kind of went their separate ways? If you recall?
I mean, specifically where everybody went, no, but once we left the area, we all sort of had the same general path, yes.
And did it appear that May and Larry and the children all left in the Jeep together?
Yes.
Did you see them at all with a second car on
No.
that day at all?
Oh, that was a no.
No.
Never saw a Lexus SUV with them that day?
No other cars.
Did you continue to have some communication with Maya on Facebook after that Jeep run on the 26th?
I think I did, yes.
And did you, if not even having more specific conversations with her, did you observe her to be engaged in the Facebook discussions within the Jeep group or with the friends that you had just gone out with on the Jeep run?
Yeah, absolutely. We had kind of tentatively made other plans to go down and do some more exploring and camping.
When was that? When were those plans?
I think we had slotted to plan for something around the beginning of 2021, so in January-ish.
Did she express interest in going on future Jeep runs with you and the others?
I believe so, yes. I don't know if I could track the conversation, but I'm sure, yes.
well, it looks like just in 12-6, do you see a message that says something about snow at My Laguna?
Yeah, I had messaged her saying that there was snow up there, and I was going up there with my kids to go play in the snow.
And that was subsequent to the December 26th trip.
That was after the fact, yes.
And did she express interest in going?
She did. Specifically, she wrote, I know I'm envious of people who are going up.
Was she able to go?
She was not. She followed up with saying she has to work.
Same concerns. They have no other questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Yana. Ms. Hinckley, besides a requirement of owning a Jeep, do you have any other requirements in order to be a member of the Jeep Club?
A good positive attitude.
Do you run a check on any of your members before they officially become part of your club?
No, it's not that official.
Are there any restrictions for children to be members of your club?
Well, the children's themselves aren't specifically members. They just go along with the parents.
Does your club carry specific insurance coverage for all the members so that if the children gets hurt during the adventure, would they be covered under a certain policy with the Jeep Club?
So this wasn't a specific club. It is not a formal organization. Any interactions that we have off-roading, we are responsible for the outcome of. There's no insurance, or it's not an organized official group.
Does your club have any restrictions
Counsel,
before?
you're mischaracterizing the witness testimony.
Excuse
That's
me.
not a club.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's what you said, sir?
Correct.
Okay, so do not refer to it as a club.
Okay, so how do you characterize it? Is it just a,
social group with Jeeps.
okay. My understanding was you spoke to Council Bowles and Mr. Rhodes, where, according to your statement, you were part of a San Diego Jeep Club, so that wouldn't be accurate, right?
I was at one point a part of the San Diego Jeep Club, correct. This specific run was not through the San Diego Jeep Club.
Oh, okay. So it would be independent of the San Diego Jeep Club.
Correct.
When the Millete family joined in that off-road run, it was an independent gathering, not related to the San Diego Jeep Club.
Correct.
Okay. During the first trip to the desert, did you meet at the Chevron gasoline station in Hakoma?
Sorry, did you hear the question?
I did. I'm trying to remember. I don't remember specifically. I'd have to look back at the planning of the event.
Okay. And do you wait for all of the people that were scheduled to go on that run before you leave the gasoline station?
Council, this is the 12-12 trip and you're talking about when they're meeting up. I don't see the relevance.
Oh, okay.
Can you get to your point here?
I just wanted to see how organized and safe the trip was, Your Honor, or can somebody get lost? Is actually where I'm trying to elicit a testimony. If they're not with an official group and they're just planning this random, and how dangerous is it to the participants?
Whether someone can get lost or not is a question that appears to me that's related to discovery issues, which I'm not going to allow. If you have a question regarding this witness's ability to recall the events, and your testing is recall, that's fine. I think it's really irrelevant.
You went to the first trip. Did you understand that Miss Millete did have the experience to go through the run?
I didn't know what her previous experience was.
Did you have an opportunity to discuss that with her? Especially you had her two daughters with her.
Yeah, I'm sure we talked about her being new to off-roading in her Jeep, but I believe she wasn't new to off-roading in general.
And that's the extent of your knowledge as far as her experience in off-roading and driving the Jeep in that type of environment, correct?
Correct.
So you had observed during these two trips that they were so excited and elated and not a care in the world.
Correct.
What is the difference that you had observed from the first trip and the second trip?
The only difference, I guess a couple, one was that now their son and Larry was a part of the trip. And the only thing that I sort of took away from that was that Larry wasn't sitting in the front of the Jeep. That was about, and he didn't go into the mud caves with his family.
Did you observe Mr. Millete, Miss Larry? Did you observe him sitting in the back seat with his son?
Yes.
And where were the two girls seated inside the Jeep?
I believe one was in the front and then one was also in the back seat.
Okay. You had an opportunity to observe the interaction between Mr. and Mrs. Millete, meaning Maya Millete and Larry Millete.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe that?
I don't recall it that much because I wasn't really observing it or paying that much attention. I mean, they both seem engaged.
Did they appear both enjoying themselves?
Sure.
That's all I have, Jan.
Redirect.
No question.
Excuse or subject to recall? Excuse?
Yes, Jan.
Thank you very much for coming in, sir.
Thank you.
Next witness.
We'll call Officer Ryan Cole. current penalty of perjury, the testimony you provide in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Yes, my name is Ryan Culver. Last name is spelled Culver.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, sir.
Officer Culver, where do you work?
I'm currently employed by the Chula Vista Police Department.
What's your current position?
I'm currently assigned to our traffic division as a DUI enforcement officer and collision investigator
How long have you been a police officer?
for approximately 3.5 years.
And what were you doing on January 9th, 2021 to January 10th, 2021? Were you working as a patrol officer at that time?
I was.
What was your shift at that time?
At that time, I was assigned to the Chula Vista Police Department Patrol Division. I was specifically assigned to Team 6, which covers weekends from 6:30 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Were you working with a partner or were you working alone at that time?
I was assigned to a solo car, but I worked with a number of other officers. We would generally respond to calls for service together.
Can you tell us a little bit about your training to become a police officer? Just brief.
I attended and successfully completed a 6-month post-accredited academy.
Did you, in the course of completing that academy, did you successfully complete the training course certified by the Commission of Peace Officer Standards and training that included the investigation and reporting of cases and testifying at preliminary hearings?
I did.
What day of the week was January 9th? And you can refer to the calendar behind you if that's helpful.
It is. January 9th was a Saturday.
Were you dispatched to 2413 Paseo Los Gatos that evening, late evening, early morning?
I was.
What time?
Shortly after midnight.
What was the nature of the call that caused you to report to that location?
I was assigned to assist one of our officers with a missing person investigation.
Tell us a little bit about how that came about.
One of my fellow officers, Officer Andaluz, was assigned to investigate a possible missing person who resided at the Paseo Los Gatos address that you mentioned. Officer Andaluz was on limited duty due to an injury that he had previously sustained, so he was unable to go out into the field. Because that address fell within my area of responsibility for patrol, beats, and sectors, Officer Andaluz requested I respond to the house, both to look for the missing person and to potentially conduct a welfare check to see if they were okay or if anyone was in need of any assistance.
How did Officer Andaluz get brought into this case?
Officer Andaluz was dispatched to take the initial report by our Chula Vista Police Dispatch. Because he was in that light duty capacity, it was only after he was initially assigned to the case that he solicited the assistance of myself and other officers who were working out in the field so that we could go check the actual address.
And so did Officer Andaluz take that initial report just over the phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you speak with Officer Andaluz in preparation for testifying today?
Yes, I did.
Was there any particular reason why he asked you to go out to the house?
Yes, he asked me to go out and check the house, partially in an abundance of caution to see if potentially the missing person had returned home, but also because his initial discussion with the sister of the missing person, Mari Chris, led him to believe that potentially the missing person may be injured, or potentially that the missing person's relationship with her husband was stressed, and that made Officer Andaluz concerned that potentially there may be some sort of foul play, or that the missing person may be in jeopardy.
What time did you arrive at the house?
I arrived approximately 12:45 a.m.
Did you arrive alone or with other officers?
I arrived with 2 other officers.
Did they come alone, or in other words, did they come in their own patrol cars as well, or were they traveling in a patrol car together?
We arrived in 3 separate patrol cars.
Prior to arriving at the house, did you take any steps to try to locate the missing person?
I did.
What did you do?
I contacted the San Diego County Medical Examiner's Office to ask if there were any persons matching the missing person's description who had been brought in, or if they had any unidentified deceased persons brought into the medical examiner's office. Additionally, I requested the Chula Vista Police Dispatch check all of the local hospitals and emergency rooms for anybody matching the missing person's description.
And who was the missing person that you were looking for?
May Millete.
And were any of those contacts, communications fruitful in locating this missing person?
No, ma'am.
What happened when you got to the house?
When I arrived at the house, my partners and I made contact at the front door, where we spoke with May's husband, Larry, who invited us inside the house.
Describe his demeanor.
When Larry first answered the door, he was extremely welcoming and bringing us into the house. I did not speak much with Larry because my partner, Officer Walsh, handled most of the communication with him, but he was extreme.
Last name.
I'm sorry. When I first contacted Mr. Millete, he was extremely cooperative in inviting officers into the house, but the majority of the interaction with him and during the initial investigation was handled by my partner, Officer Walsh.
Do you see Mr. Millete here in court today?
I do.
Could you point to him and identify a piece of clothing he's wearing for the record?
He's seated off to my right. He's wearing a black suit with a red tie that has stripes on it.
The record reflect the witness's identity?
Record so reflect.
Describe then what happened when you and your fellow officers went inside the house.
My partner, Officer Walsh, and I separated Mr. Millete with Miss Drallier, I believe is the pronunciation. So Officer Walsh spoke with Mr. Millete while I spoke with Miss Drallier. We specifically separated them so that we could gather their statements independent of one another, and so that neither person would influence the other statement.
Is that something you commonly do?
Very often in cases of either domestic violence, any sort of case where we're concerned that one witness may either intimidate or influence another, we attempt to separate the witnesses to gather independent statements.
Was there anything in particular that caused you to want to take separate statements in this case?
Yes.
What was that?
Both Miss Drellier's initial statements to Officer Andaluz over the phone that she was concerned that something may have happened to Miss Millete. Also, Miss Drellier's demeanor when I first approached her. She appeared scared based on both the fact that she was speaking in a very quiet tone and the fact that she continually looked around the area. Every time she would answer a question, she would look to Mr. Millete first. So I believe that she was very likely uncomfortable.
So did you, in fact, separate her so that you could have a conversation with her separate from where the defendant was located in the house?
I did.
And during that statement, did she tell you about a trip to Big Bear?
She did.
Tell us, did she tell you whether or not May had canceled the trip?
Upon reviewing for court, I reviewed my body-worn camera footage, and she specifically mentioned that May never canceled the trip, which she believed to be abnormal because of how communicative May tended to be.
And was that reflected in your report?
No.
Tell us a little bit about whether or not there was a discrepancy in your report in that regard.
Yes. When I initially wrote my report, I included information that May had canceled the upcoming trip to Big Bear Mountain. However, upon reviewing my body-worn camera, I realized that I misunderstood the statement that was originally given to me by Mr. Allier. Originally, Mr. Allier mentioned that they had planned a trip to Big Bear Mountain, and during the time that May disappeared, Mr. Allier was concerned because May never canceled the trip, which I initially misunderstood as having been a statement that May did, in fact, cancel that trip.
You had your body-worn camera activated during this contact at the home at 2413 Paseo Los Gatos this early morning of January the 10th.
I did.
And that recording captured this interview, this communication that you had with Ms. Druillet?
It did.
When you, kind of backing up, when you walked into the house, tell us a little bit about what the house looked like, what you observed.
Yes, the interior of the house was disheveled. There was packaging, children's toys, and miscellaneous other items piled all over the countertops. There was different property all over the floor in the common areas. Additionally, there was suitcases piled up near the entryway to the house. The entirety of the house appeared to be in a state of disarray.
Could you tell whether or not it looked like someone was cleaning, reorganizing, moving, or could you tell?
I couldn't tell specifically why everything was out the way it was, but nothing appeared to have been recently cleaned. There was no odor of any sort of cleaning chemicals or anything like that.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness to show him Court's Exhibit 5-1?
Yes.
I'm not going to project this photograph, but 5-1, do you recognize that to be a still screenshot from your body-worn camera video?
I recognize this to be a screenshot from body-worn camera footage. I do not believe this is mine because I am depicted in the photo, so it was probably from one of my partners who was walking behind me.
Okay, fair. So the male that we see in the photograph, kind of standing next to the suitcases, is that you?
Yes, it is.
And you see a circle around 3 suitcases that are at the foot of the stairs?
I do.
And is that the way the inside foyer looked when you walked in that early morning of January the 10th?
That's correct.
Did you look inside those suitcases?
I did not.
After speaking with Mr. Ye, did you and or your partners conduct a welfare check at the house?
I did.
Why?
Officer Lopez and I conducted a check of the house, one to see if either May left anything behind that could potentially indicate where she had gone so that we could go attempt to find her, given that she was a missing person. Also, we were looking to see if there was any sort of signs of struggle or anything that could have indicated that foul play may have occurred or lead us to believe what may have happened or where May was. Additionally, we were looking for any sort of signs as to what may have happened that could have caused May to go missing.
And did you locate anything that you noted during that welfare check?
No.
As you looked through that, did you go to all of the bedrooms?
I specifically did not.
Did you or one of your partners walk through the house?
Yes.
Describe how thoroughly that was done.
My partner, Officer Lopez, and I checked, to my knowledge, every room within the house. Additionally, Officer Walsh assisted us by checking some of the ground floor areas and all of the vehicles that were both in the garage and parked in front of the house.
And were all of the vehicles associated with the residents of that house accounted for at the house?
Yes, I believe so.
In other words, there was no indication that the car was missing.
No, in fact, multiple of the people we spoke with told us that May's vehicle was still left at the house.
Did, when you conducted this welfare check, did someone also check the backyard?
I don't recall.
What about the garage?
Yes.
Did you note whether or not it appeared that Millette's personal items, in other words, there were large amounts of makeup or toiletries missing from the bathroom?
No, every makeup cabinet and all of the toiletries, along with the clothing areas of the bedroom, all appear to be full. Nothing looks like anyone grabbed any large quantities of clothing or supplies.
Same with regard to purses, shelves. Did any of the shelves, areas where purses or clothing in a closet were located, anything appear to have, again, big sections missing that would indicate someone had packed up supplies or clothing?
No, ma'am.
Any indication that items were taken for a prolonged period of time?
No, ma'am.
Did you also speak with?
I'm sorry, Counsel, can you rephrase that last question? Items were taken for a prolonged period of time?
For a prolonged trip or?
No, ma'am. It did not look as though any sort of supplies or items were taken that would allow somebody to be gone for a prolonged period of time.
Did you speak with Officer Walsh in preparation for testifying today?
I did.
Did you review her body-worn camera footage with her when she had some contact with the defendant that evening?
Yes.
And did Officer Walsh indicate that she asked if she could see the defendant's text messages and his last contact with his wife, Millete?
Yes, she did.
And what did she tell you about that text thread between the defendant and Millete on his cell phone?
Officer Walsh conveyed to me that Mr. Millete showed her his cell phone specifically to show that May got her contact, but the entire history of their conversation only went back a day or two.
Prior to that, so the text message thread between the defendant and his wife only started a day or two prior to so either Friday or Saturday.
Yes, it only went back 1 or 2 days from the time that Officer Walsh spoke with him.
And looking at 5-2 which is in the binder, do you recognize that to be a still photo from Officer Walsh's body-worn camera?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And there's a red circle around a cell phone. Do you recognize that to be a cell phone being held by the defendant?
Yes, it is.
And did you watch that body-worn camera footage again with Officer Walsh?
Yes.
And was this the moment when the defendant was showing Officer Walsh where the text message communication between he and his wife?
That's correct.
And where you see the green messages, that would be essentially the beginning of the text message thread?
Yes, ma'am.
Which exhibit are we on?
5-2.
And so, just so I've got my notes accurately, by the time that you arrived to conduct your investigation, it is shortly after midnight on January 10th.
Yes, Your Honor.
And to be fair, does Officer Walsh, when you spoke with her, did she remember exactly when that text message thread began?
No, ma'am.
After, how long did you spend at the house?
Approximately an hour to 2. I don't remember exactly how long it was.
And what was Richard Trullier also at the house?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you understand him to be Mark Chris's husband?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there anyone else at the house?
Yes, ma'am. There was Mari Chris and Richard Juliet, Mr. Millete, and the children of May and Mr. Millete.
Where were the children?
I was led to believe they were in their bedrooms, but I never specifically spoke with them.
Do you know whether or not they were sleeping?
I was led to believe that they were sleeping, but again, I didn't get a chance to actually speak with them.
What was Marie Chris Druyer's demeanor like during your contact with her at the house?
She appeared to be nervous. Specifically, she appeared to be concerned whenever she was communicating about May or whenever any sort of questions about Mr. Millete came up.
Did you have an opportunity, if you did, to observe the defendant's demeanor?
Not enough that I could speak to it.
After leaving the house, did you conduct any follow-up phone calls?
Yes, I did.
Did you speak specifically with someone by the name of Allison Volkening?
I did.
And who was that?
Miss Volkening was a friend of May.
And did Miss Volkening have any information about May's whereabouts?
She did not.
Did she express any concern about May's whereabouts?
Yes, she did.
Explain that a little bit.
Can we get the spelling?
Volkening. I apologize, wasn't on the list.
You can answer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Volkening expressed concern for May's safety, specifically because she knew May and Mr. Millete had a number of marital difficulties over the years. Specifically, she told me that Mr. Millete and May had been in a number of altercations, that she was not sure if they ever got physically violent. She specifically recounted one incident that May was so in fear for her safety that she locked herself in a bathroom, but Mr. Millete punched through the drywall that was next to the bathroom door to unlock it from the inside so that he could approach May.
Counsel, I think there should be a proper foundation for this
I-
statement.
I think it's based on hearsay, so I'll actually agree to strike that testimony with regard to the particular incident with the bathroom door.
Yes, that is stricken because it is admissible hearsay.
I'll move on.
You know what? Let's take a break. Let's take a 15-minute break. We're going to take a 15-minute recess, and we'll resume at 3:15.
about the corrections.
Spacing you.
I'm sorry, Yana.
Okay, there.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Just wanted to make sure about the correction. Uh, what I understood from your report was Mary Chris said she last talked to May on Friday, January the 8th, 2001, when May canceled their proposal trip to Big Bear Mountain. That's incorrect.
Yes, ma'am.
So what is that entire statement incorrect?
The incorrect portion was that May never canceled the Big Bear trip. Specifically, Miss Drulier mentioned that the 8th was the last time she communicated with May, and that May had in fact never canceled the trip. Because she had not communicated with Miss Drulier at all.
So did you hear when you reviewed your tape? Did she say she last talked to May on what date?
I believe it when I was reviewing my body worn camera footage. I believe that Miss Drulier said the last time she communicated with May was on the 8th of January of 2021.
Okay. So that's still correct. That
Yes, ma'am.
January 8, 2020. It's only the portion where she canceled the trip to Big Bear Mountain.
Correct.
Okay. And this portion, I just want to make sure that it's still correct, that you have not made any misstatements while you were reviewing your body cam. Mary Chris said she believed May might have left the house to go for a prolonged hike because she was known to disappear for nearly a whole day when hiking, so she could have alone time.
Objection.
Is that still true?
Impeachment and proper testimony.
Hold on a second. No, I'll allow it because you've introduced some statements, but I want full flavor of what Mary Chris said. It might be a statement that is inconsistent with some of the other statements you've introduced. All right, so you can ask the question again.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Rolay made statements to you in such a manner that, or in essence, states she believed May might have left the house to go for a prolonged hike because she was known to disappear for nearly a whole day when hiking, so she could have alone time.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Then there is this statement that I also wanted to have clarification whether in fact it is accurate or you may have heard differently when you reviewed your body cam.
Yes, ma'am.
And it goes this way. Mary Chris said May had an affair approximately 6 months ago, which was the origin of all her troubles with Larry. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, in essence.
Okay. Now, you had an opportunity to physically see this house on January the 10th, this Mr. and Mrs. Millete's house on January the 10th, 2021.
Yes, ma'am.
How satisfied are you from that night when you were there for what, couple of hours?
Approximately.
That you did not see any signs of violence or fights?
As I mentioned before, I did not get a chance to see every single room of the house because my partner, Officer Lopez, and I divided that responsibility. But from the portions of the house that I did specifically observe, I was satisfied that did not appear to be any sign of struggle or violence.
When you were having this talk with your co-officers that night, did you have that kind of dealings with the other officers, like Officer Lopez, I believe, and three of you?
None of us, when we discussed our respective parts in this investigation, none of us located anything that led us to believe that any sort of struggle had occurred within the house.
Okay, and from your point of view and your understanding from your communication with the other officers present, you're satisfied with what you had done as far as searching and looking at everything that night?
Yes, ma'am. I'm satisfied that between the three of us, we were able to check every part of the house.
Okay, and when you left the house, after you left the house, was there anything in your mind that you felt you would like to come back and look at?
Objection, vague, relevance.
Sustain, vague.
Okay. There were allegations or strike that. When you were there at the house, did you smell any chemical or cleaning material that would indicate that someone was cleaning the house?
No, ma'am.
Did you speak to the children while you were at the residence of Mr. and Mrs. Millete?
No, ma'am.
And in fact, Mr. Millete was very welcoming. What can you explain why you felt like he was very welcoming?
Yes, as soon as my partners and I arrived at the house, very nearly the first words out of his mouth were inviting us in. In many of my calls for service through my training and experience in law enforcement, we often have to request permission to come into somebody's home, whereas Mr. Millete invited us in right away.
There was no hesitation on his part.
No.
Did you see any firearms inside the house during that search performed on January the 10th, 2021?
No, ma'am, I did not.
During your conversation with Ms. Volkaning, were you able to ask her if she knew whether or not Miss Millete was on a hike with her recently?
I don't recall.
Did you have an idea as to how many days did Miss Volkaning claim she did not hear from Miss Millete?
May I refer to my report to refresh my recollection?
Yes.
Do you remember who was assigned to check the attic?
I don't.
Okay.
Objection
Counsel-
assumes facts not in evidence.
No, he said that they searched between he and his partner and the other person. They searched everywhere.
Yes, they did.
He said that. But you actually asked if he could refresh his recollection regarding when Ms. Balkening said she'd last seen her,
Yes.
had contact with her.
Right.
He refreshed his recollection, and then you never had a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hiana. Sorry. Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us then?
Yes, Miss Volkaning indicated to me that it had been several days since the last time May sent anything in their group chat that they communicated in daily.
So would that be from January the 4th until,
I don't know the specific date. She just indicated that it had been several days.
okay. Did she indicate to you that she had communicated with her other friends regarding Miss Millete's either if they got hold of her or not?
Yes. Miss Volkaning had a separate friend who had offered to give May a place to stay should she ever need it. Miss Volkaning spoke with that friend to see if May had come by their residence, and this friend told Miss Volkaning that May was not at that residence and she had not heard from May.
Did any of the, well, strike that. When you spoke to Miss Volkaning, did you have an opportunity to ask her if there was any issue that or reason for Miss Millete to leave the house?
I did not.
Were you able to ask her during the last time she spoke with Miss Millete, whether there was any indication that Miss Millete was planning on leaving Mr. Millete?
Objection vague.
Yes, they had just been divorcing or moving away. So rephrase.
My understanding is that Miss Millete was in communication with her friends around January 7th, 2021. And were you aware of that?
I was.
Okay. And during that communication, there was some indication that Miss Millete wanted to leave immediately where Mr. Millete and the children are not.
Objection, lack of foundation.
Sustained
Okay.
and vague.
Were you able to view the reports of the communications between Miss Millete and her friends?
I was not.
Okay. in reference to the, I understand that Ms. Volkening referred to an argument that resulted between Ms. Millete and Mr. Millete, wherein,
Counsel, I have stricken
Okay.
hearsay statement.
all right,
That is double hearsay, and there's no grounds for its admissibility, so don't go there.
all right. Well, let me just ask him if he saw any. I just wanted to see, Your Honor, if in fact he had personal knowledge by viewing it. When you entered, did you enter Miss Millete's bedroom?
I did.
Did you observe any indication of any repairs in her bedroom?
None that I'm aware of.
That would include the door entering the bedroom.
I didn't make any note of any damage to any door.
Okay. Did you enter the bathroom inside the master bedroom?
I did.
Did you see any damage through the door or
Counsel,
on the door?
ask and answer.
Okay.
Say you didn't see any damage.
Now, Miss Volkening told you that May never told her that Larry had been violent with her, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What time did you exit Mr. Millete's residence on January the 10th, 2021?
I don't recall.
You actually do not know the inventory of how many purses Miss Millete owned, correct?
That's correct.
You also don't know the inventory of Miss Millete's wardrobe.
That's correct.
Similarly as to her makeup.
That's correct.
You did not have any opportunity to speak with Mr. Larry Millete that evening of January 10th, 2021.
I did not complete a full interview of Mr. Millete as my partner, Officer Walsh, completed the interview of him. I did communicate with him in passing, but Officer Walsh was the one who took his complete statement.
Were you part of the officers
Speak up
that
and make
examined
sure-
the backyard?
Sure that I can hear you. Repeat the question, please.
Were you part of the officers that examined the backyard?
I don't specifically remember going into the backyard.
How about the garage,
Yes.
were you able to examine the cabinets that are located inside the garage?
I don't recall.
When you were in the garage, can you describe the general appearance of the garage? Was it stacked with many items, or were there ice box and all items in there? Is it um, crowded, or how would you describe the appearance of the garage that night?
I don't remember any specifics as to what was or was not in the garage, but I remembered that thinking that it would appear to be a normal garage. There was nothing specifically noteworthy.
Yeah. You also testified, you spoke to Courtney Cobb.
Yes, ma'am.
How long did you talk to her?
I would approximate a couple of minutes, but I don't remember exactly how long the conversation was.
Isn't it true that Miss Cobb said that on the night of January the 8th, 2021, Maya told the group she and Larry had gotten into a big argument and she was planning to file for a divorce?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
That date is correct, January 8th, 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Can you tell me who was in this group? I can't recall. So it's Ms. Cobb, Ms. Millete, and Williams.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I don't know the identities of everyone who was in the group. Ms. Cobb just referenced the fact that they had a text group where they communicated, but other than Ms. Cobb and Ms. Millete, I don't know any of the other any of the other members of the group.
Thank you. But a text.
Yes, Your Honor.
Officer, if you remember, did you or any officers present that evening on January 10, 2021, open the suitcases that were piled up inside the house?
No, ma'am. I don't believe any of us opened any of the suitcases.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Reader.
Yes. Do you know whether or not anyone of the three officers there went into the attic?
I don't know.
Did you?
I did not.
Now, you indicated on cross-examination that it's your memory that Mari Chris told you that she spoke to May on Friday, January 8th?
My memory is that Miss Roulier indicated to me that she had not heard from May since January the 8th.
And did you review a transcript actually of your body worn camera footage in connection with your testimony or prior to prepare for testimony today?
I did.
And was that the exact wording of it? Was that we didn't hear anything from her at all since Friday?
Yes, I believe that was the exact wording.
Okay, so your understanding of that was that she had actually spoken to her on Friday?
That was my understanding.
Okay. So you don't know whether or not she had actually spoken to her or if she was referring to the fact that there had been no communication as of that date.
Objection leading.
Over. You can answer.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes. So do you know whether or not she actually spoke with her on Friday, or if she meant that as of Friday, she had not had any communication with her sister?
I don't know exactly which of those was the case. It's possible that I misunderstood her statement to be that she had spoken with May on Friday, but it's also possible that she had not heard, since that Friday was the first day, that she had not heard anything from May.
Okay. Because didn't she also, you had said to her, so you didn't talk to her yesterday, and then Mari Chris responded on the no, but no, not Friday. And then she began talking about May's communication with her friends, her last communication being Thursday. Do you recall that?
Hey, counsel, do you want to refresh his recollection with his transcript? I don't know if it's an accurate reflection of the body worn camera footage or not.
Sure. Do you not have a memory of the communication with Mari Chris, or is it fair to say you don't have an exact memory of every word that was spoken between the two of you?
Correct. I don't have a verbatim memory as to our discussion.
Fair. Would it refresh your memory to refer to transcript?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I sent a copy of the transcript to council via email, I believe it was yesterday. So I'm going to, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to refer you to page 6 of the transcript, referring to line 12 through 14, and ask you to look at that, see if that refreshes your memory.
And before he answers, how about a greater foundation as to how this transcript is generated working?
I thought
You can ask him.
Well, did you review a copy of the transcript prior to testifying today, along with your body worn camera?
I did.
Okay, and I was just, if you could look through the pages of that transcript and tell us whether or not that appears to be a transcript of your communication with Mari Chris Rouillet that evening when you responded to the house the early morning of January 10th.
And can you tell me how it's generated? Is it automatically generated from the body worn camera? Is it just someone in your office prepare it?
Someone in my office prepared it. But I think the officer reviewed it along with the body worn camera footage.
You can
Yes, this appears to be an accurate transcript of my body worn camera footage.
I don't have a copy of the transcript.
It's not marked yet. Can you provide her with a copy now?
I assumed that she had one. I sent it yesterday. Let's see if I have a copy.
For the time, yes, I understand. For the time being, you can share, or how many pages is it? We'll make a copy. We have a Xerox machine. If you send it to Ellen, she can also print it.
Send her a copy.
Ellen will be happy to do it. Do you have the transcript, Ms. Martinez?
I don't have it, John. I didn't get it. We were in the office late yesterday, but we didn't receive it.
I sent it at 5:14 yesterday, but I also just sent Madam Clerk a copy.
I don't know how long it's gonna take. Right?
Through the ether.
How many pages is it?
22.
This is the copy that I'm showing him. Okay, right? Yeah, I sent it to you yesterday afternoon. Okay, we just got it. I don't have it. I checked.
Oh, no, okay. It's asking in advance. Let's just Xerox it. Can we have that? And we'll just make a copy for her. If you want
I
to
have
ask something else.
I can ask other
question.
You had indicated that you also, you had spoken to Allison Volkening, and I believe on cross-examination, counsel asked you whether or not Volkening said May never told her that Larry had been violent with her. I believe your answer was yes, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Wasn't the rest of her statement in that regard, but May had also expressed that she was not willing to get Larry in trouble or leave him for fear of damaging his security clearance through the Navy.
That's also correct.
And Ms. Volkening also said part of her concern was that the defendant had a tendency to be extremely controlling.
Yes, that's correct.
With regard to Ms. Cobbs and her statement, I think Your Honor had asked you whether or not that the messages that she was referring to were text messages. Were they text messages or a Facebook chat group?
They were a Facebook chat group.
And you never saw those messages.
I did not.
So you don't know whether or not, in fact, you weren't able to ever confirm that the date on those texts, on those messages, was actually the 8th or not.
That's correct.
And do you know whether or not when Ms. Cobbs was telling you this, she had those messages in front of her?
I don't know.
So it would be fair to say that the messages themselves would be the indicator of what that actual date was?
Yes, and whatever timestamp was on the messages would likely be the most accurate.
When you were speaking to Ms. Drouillet, if you recall, did she make reference to May's friends being people that she communicated with regularly?
Yes.
What do you recall in terms of Ms. Drouillet's comments to you in that regard?
Ms. Drouillet mentioned that May had near daily communication with her friends, and that her friends, specifically Miss Cobb, was the one who initially reached out to Miss Drouillet with concern because May had not been active in their group chat.
And do you recall what day she said was the last communication on the group chat?
I don't recall.
So now I'm going to refer you to the transcript. Did you want me to have it marked, Your Honor? It's refreshing memory, so I didn't know if you wanted it marked.
You don't have to, but you should.
So, may I approach?
You may.
Showing you then the transcript, page 6, looking at lines 12 through 14. Does that refresh your memory at all about whether or not Ms. Drouillet said that she had spoken to May on Friday?
It does.
And did she say whether or not she'd spoken to her on Friday?
It appears as though Ms. Drouillet indicated that she had not spoken with May on Friday.
And did she indicate when May's friends had last spoken to her?
Thursday.
And I know on cross-examination as well, there was a question about Ms. Drouillet indicating that her sister would sometimes go out for longer periods of time. Did Ms. Drouillet indicate whether or not there was a concern about how long her sister had been missing at this point?
I don't remember any specific statements.
Looking at the top of page 6, line 1, would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. And did Ms. Drouillet indicate at all that she had concerns about the length of time?
Yes.
What was her concern?
Ms. Julia indicated that May should have been back by then.
Right, thank you. Other questions?
Recross.
The trip to Big Bear, as to the time that you were discussing that with Ms. Rollet, what was your understanding as to the date that they were supposed to be in Big Bear?
My understanding was that they were supposed to be in Big Bear on the Friday, which I believe was the 8th.
And when were they supposed to be back?
I don't know.
Okay. Did Ms. Rollet state that Ms. Millete was still was working that day on January the when was the last day that you understood Miss May Millete was at work?
That's outside the scope of redirect.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, you witness. I have no idea. Yeah.
Excused or subject to?
You may be excused.
All right, then thank you very
Yes,
much,
Your
sir.
Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Concludes your testimony. Next.
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Genesis Alonza.
Raise your right hand facing the lady.
Do you solemnly state under penalty of perjury that the testimony provided in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
My name's Genesis Nicolas Tabalanza, NICOLAS TABALANZA.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mayorson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Alonza, what do you do for a living?
I'm a contract specialist
Where do you work?
for the Department of Defense, U.S. Navy.
How long have you had that job?
7 years, about 7 years.
Okay. And where do you work currently? What exact, what's the department or division within the Navy that you work?
I work for the defense. I work at the Naval Information Warfare Center in San Diego.
Naval Information Warfare Center?
Yes.
And I know there's all kinds of little nicknames within the Department of Defense. Is that something that sometimes you refer to as NIWIC?
Yes, Nightway.
And prior to working at NIWIC, where did you work?
I work at SWARMAC, Southwest Regional Maintenance Center, also in San Diego.
So that would be, when you say SWARMAC, is that, I'm gonna write it down so I don't. So it's Southwest
Regional Maintenance Center,
SWRMC.
SWRMC.
So when you say SWARMAC, those are the letters that you're saying?
Yes,
And for NIWIC, you're saying NIWC.
yes.
Did you, do you know someone by the name of Millete?
Yes.
How did you come to meet May?
She's my friend. She's my mom's coworker, and my mom introduced me to her.
How long ago?
Many years ago, maybe in 2004.
Were you living in San Diego at that time?
No, I live in Los Angeles.
Through May, did you come to meet your husband?
Yes,
Who is that?
JR Tabalanza.
When did you and JR get married?
We got married in 2009, October 2009.
Did you at some point move from Los Angeles to San Diego?
Yes,
When was that?
when I got the job at Swarmac. That was October 2016. No, January 2016. Yes.
When you moved to begin working at Swarmac, did you work with your sister-in-law, May?
We're in the same command, but we're on different teams. So I don't directly work with her, or we directly work in her team, which is on different team, just same command.
Because you worked in the same, so you said it's the same command,
Yes,
but a different team?
yes,
Did you know a lot of the same people?
yes,
So in addition to being a sister-in-law, she was also your friend.
yes.
When you moved to San Diego in 2016, were you married at that time?
Yes,
I think you said you got married in October 2009.
yes.
Where did you and your husband live when you moved to San Diego?
We lived in Mace and Larry's house.
Which house?
In Paseo Los Gatos in Chula Vista.
Is that the house that they were living in January of 2021?
Yes.
Describe a little bit the siblings in the Tabalanza family. Did they, being married to JR, did JR and his siblings spend a lot of time together?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about some of the activities they would do together.
Always doing something. Birthdays, camping, snowboarding, going to the lake, boating. Sometimes we even go play table tennis. Just name anything. They will do things together. So,
And with the siblings, did that include then their spouses and children as well?
yes,
You have children of your own?
I do.
Did your children play with May and her husband's children?
Yes.
You say you met May in 2004, 2005, is that about right?
Yes.
So you knew her for many years.
Yes.
How would you describe your relationship?
I guess we're somewhat close. Yeah, we're really good friends. And then, she became a big sister. So name it mentor, sometimes just big sister, really good friend.
What's the age difference between the two of you?
I think just 1 year.
Is she older than you?
Yes.
So at work, was she somewhat of a mentor to you?
Yes, but she tries to just, try to just give it very professional, because she's very professional.
Tell us a little bit about what you mean by that.
She doesn't want us to work in the same team. So because she said that, anything that you work for, it's on you. Don't want it to mix together with me. And we really keep it professional where we don't really tell people that we're related.
Outside of work, however, would you consider yourself good friends?
Yes.
What was your sister-in-law? What was May? What was her role kind of within the family among the siblings? Would you say?
She's the organizer of, she's the fun committee. She's always comes up with things to do. And, she's good at, hey guys, let's go here. And then she already have it all figured out, like the plane ticket and stuff. We once went in Hawaii and she all figured out what plane tickets to do, to buy or organize a house where we can stay. So
Well, let me ask this. Would you say that May, you and May would talk about personal things as well?
yes, mostly with kids. She would tell me some things, but she wouldn't give full details. So it depends.
Would you describe her as being a private person?
Yes.
Why do you say that?
I just think that if it will make you feel sad, she won't say it. She's just always happy and have a positive outlook in life. Like everything's gonna be okay, kind of like that.
How did you communicate with May?
Well, at home, we just talk at home, and then usually we would text each other, and then she would also at work she would MS Teams me sometimes.
MS Teams?
Yes, but not all the time.
You got work done as well.
As I reminded everyone, yes, you are under oath, and there's a television camera.
You would communicate to some degree at work through MS Teams, but also text message?
Yes.
Like cell phone to cell phone?
Yes.
Did you talk on the phone? Phone calls?
Sometimes, yeah. She would normally just call and say, "Hey, you want to go for a walk?" That's about it. Not long phone calls. No.
So were there things that you and May would do just the two of you?
Yes.
Like what?
Well, she always makes me do stuff. Like we'll go hiking, which is good for me. I need to exercise. And then, she would like to go, every time she goes to work, she would go to Starbucks. So I'll walk with her there. We'll walk to the Bainbridge Park in the afternoon because we're always sitting at our desk all day. And I always do something with the kids, with her and JR. So, and Auntie Chris and everybody. So.
Auntie Chris, is that what you said?
Mary Chris.
And I think you referred to a park. What was that park?
Bainbridge Park at work. At Swarmark, yeah.
Bainbridge?
Yes.
Is that at Swarmack? Can you kind of describe? Is that a big area where Swarmack is located?
Yeah, you can run around it. It's like a runner thing.
To get to Swarmack, do you have to go through some kind of security checkpoint?
Yes, definitely. You have to show your ID. Well, you actually have to have a clearance before you can get in the base.
But the base itself, is it a big area? In other words, lots of parking lots, lots of buildings?
Yeah. Yes.
And they actually have a park within the area?
Yes.
Where the base is?
Yes, so I think the military people can do their PT, their physical training. So, yeah, they can run.
And where is Swarmack located?
32nd Street in San Diego.
Where is Nyrick located?
In Point Loma.
Over the years, did you also interact with May's husband, Larry?
Yes.
Do you see him here in court today?
Yes.
Could you point to him and tell us what he's wearing?
He's wearing black, a red tie and black
record was so reflected.
Prior to 2020, did you communicate very often with the defendant, Mr. Millete?
No. I mean, during family events,
What about in 2020? Did that change?
yes.
How did it change?
When we were notified about their problems.
When did you at some point in 2020 learn that there were some marital problems between the defendant and May?
Yes.
How did you learn that first?
May actually called me to her office one day. Was like we were working late, and she said, "Come over to my office. I need to talk to you." So that's where she told me that she needs a place to live, if she can live with us, and was really shocked to hear that. Yeah.
So you had said that when you first moved to San Diego, you actually lived with Larry and May for a period of time.
Mhm.
When did you move out of their house?
I think we lived. I think we only lived there for 3 to 4 months in 2016.
And then where did you move to?
In San
You don't have to give the address, just.
No, yeah, not the address, just
Same.
the area.
in Paradise Hills.
So not too far away from Chula Vista.
No, I think it's about 15-minute drive.
What was surprising to you about that conversation?
Well, she mentioned the word separate, and I didn't. Looking at the two of them, it wasn't obvious that they're having marital problems. So I was just really shocked to know that she's at the point where she wanted to move out of the house.
Did she at some point move out of the house
Yes.
and in with you and JR?
Yes.
When was that?
Mother's Day, I think 2020, May 2020.
How long did she stay with you and JR?
Not long, maybe about from May to June of the 2020.
Do you recall what day it was that she moved back into her house, say Los Gatos?
I would say end of June. The weekend of that end of June.
Between January and June 2020, did your communication with the defendant increase?
Yes,
How would you and the defendant communicate?
via text message.
What was the subject matter of the communication?
Just about me.
What was the frequency of the communication?
Just I think constant text about where May's at, or is she okay, or something like that.
In February, did the defendant text you or communicate with you about a meeting with May's boss at Sparmac?
He called me. He didn't text me about it.
What did he tell you about that?
He said that someone reported about an investigation and that he needed to be there.
Did he go into any more detail about that?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said that someone reported about May and Jamie, and that's about it.
What about May and Jamie?
That there was an affair.
At that point, did you know anything about any kind of affair?
No.
And let me just ask, is it somewhat uncomfortable for you to have to talk about these things?
Yes.
Did the defendant express to you that he had concerns that May had been having an affair?
Yes.
And what did he tell you about this meeting?
It wasn't a long phone call. He was just saying that there was an investigation. Someone reported it.
Did the defendant either over phone calls or via text message express to you concerns about May having an affair?
Yes.
How often?
I don't remember, but he was suspecting there's an affair.
And did he ask you questions about whether or not she was having an affair?
No.
Did the defendant express concerns that May might leave the marriage?
Yes. He's afraid that she might eventually leave him.
And how often would he text, or would you say the majority of communication was via text or phone call?
Via text.
And how often would he text you expressing concern that May might want to leave the marriage?
Whenever they have a fight.
When May was living with you and JR in May and June, did the defendant text you about May's whereabouts?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that.
For example, because May would stop by at their house first, and then when she's about to leave, Larry would ask, "Oh, she's on her way there. Can you just let me know if she's home?" Yeah, like that. So it would be like that almost, I don't know, maybe every day.
How many times a day would he text you, asking you those kinds of questions?
Maybe in the morning. Oh no, in the afternoon. I don't know.
Well, just one or two text messages?
More than that.
More than 10 in a day?
I don't remember. Maybe.
Do you remember ever being bothered by how many messages he was sending you?
Yes.
Why was that? Why was it bothersome?
Well, sometimes it bothers me because she's a grown lady and she has a key to the house. She can come in and out. But, sometimes, yeah. But sometimes I guess it's okay because he's worried about his wife. So I go back and forth.
What do you mean you go back and forth?
Like sometimes I'm bothered, sometimes I'm not bothered.
Did it ever seem unusual to you that he was texting you so much, asking about where May was?
Can you repeat the question?
Did it ever seem to you unusual how much he would text message you asking where May was?
Yes.
Why did you think it was unusual?
It's just they're both adults. Just don't feel like sometimes I don't have to like watch over her. So
Did you feel, based on the questions, that the defendant was asking you to watch over her?
well, he didn't say that, but it just feels like I have to track her or something.
Did you, during this time that May was living with you, have time to spend with May and talk to her about how she was feeling?
Not a lot, but she mentioned it.
Did you sometimes go hiking with May?
Yes.
Sometimes go walking with May?
Yes.
And during that time, did she ever talk to you about her relationship with the defendant?
Yes.
what, did she have complaints about the marriage?
Yeah, she has complaints.
What were some of her concerns about the marriage?
Well, on the day that she told me that she needed to separate, she said that she needed space and that she's exhausted because during I guess she went out of town. She went on a BSB audit, and then she said that she got exhausted, that Larry keeps calling her, and then she couldn't get sleep. So she just needed space.
What type of audit did you say that was?
BSB.
PSP?
Yes.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Sorry. It's about contracting. They audit our contract documents.
And was this during that conversation that you mentioned earlier where May asked if you were working late and could you speak after work?
Yes.
And were you aware that she had gone on a work trip?
Yes, I'm aware.
Have you had to go on a work trip like that before?
No, thankfully.
Okay. What was she expressing? Why was she exhausted?
Well, she's the assistant deputy, so she has a lot of people under her. And the audits, they have to wake up 5 in the morning, prepare for their briefing audit. And then she just doesn't have time to answer phone calls because she's around many other, I guess, contracting professionals doing the audit. And she said that Larry keeps calling and she can't answer, and it makes her tired. And she said that I think I needed space. So
At that time, so this would have been January 2020, what was May's job? Were you familiar with what her job title was?
yes, she's an assistant deputy chief contracting officer.
And I think you, in the Department of Defense, if I'm not mistaken, there's a certain pay scale or designation of where you are kind of within your career. What is that ranking, or how do you designate where you are in your career?
Oh.
And a salary designation.
Is it for me?
Well, just generally, and then I'll ask you about May.
Oh, it's like a GS 13, 14. Is that what you're asking? May is a GS 14, so that's pretty high.
So this kind of interaction, did she say whether or not the defendant was calling her quite often on this trip?
Yes.
Did she say why he would call her?
I don't know. Just check on her. I know she didn't say it. She just said that he keeps calling and she can't get to it right away because she's busy. So
She didn't say why he kept calling her?
I guess to talk to her or check on her, or yeah.
What do you mean check on her?
She was just saying that he keeps calling and she can't get to the phone because she's busy.
Did she say whether or not he was expressing concern that she might be with someone else?
No. I guess it wasn't directly said to me, but I guess she was just exhausted. The fact that Larry keeps calling.
Do you know when Mother's Day was in 2020? Remember what date that was?
I don't, May 1? No. I don't remember.
Okay, that's it.
But yeah, May 15? Maybe? Around.
But you remember it was Mother's Day?
Yes, yes.
What did May bring her kids with her to your house?
No.
when she moved out?
Yes, I just wanted to get the time period, so.
When May
she
moved
lived-
in, when May moved into your house with JR during May and June 2020, did she bring the kids with her?
No.
Did she sometimes have the kids at the house?
Yes.
Did she express a desire to have the kids at the house?
Yes.
Was there any reason that you know of why she didn't have the kids at the house more?
No.
And during that time frame, during May, June, did the defendant send you text messages?
Yes. All the time.
What would he ask you?
He would ask me, for example, there's one time where, oh, hey Jen, she's leaving the house now. Can you let me know when she's home, and can you check if she's wearing her ring? So things like that.
Meaning her wedding ring?
Yes, her wedding ring.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness to show her People's Exhibit or Court's Exhibit 13?
Yes, and then after that, we're going to recess for the day.
Showing you Court's Exhibit 13-1. Do you recognize the text in this exhibit to be text messages between you and the defendant?
Yes.
And did the text in the blue squares appear to be the text messages being sent by the defendant, Larry Millete?
Yes.
And then the messages in pink, do those appear to be the messages sent by you?
Yes.
And do the dates appear to be accurate, that these messages were sent May 8th of 2020?
Yes.
I'm gonna project this up on the screen. This would be 13 dash 1, and is 13 dash 1 up on the screen the same exhibit that you see in the binder in front of you? Is that, I'm sorry, 13 dash 1 that's in the binder, is that the same exhibit that's up on the screen?
Yes.
So the messages start with please help me with Maya. And that's something that the defendant texted to you.
Yes.
And then you said, what's going on? Is she at work? And then the remaining messages are from the defendant? Yes?
Yes.
So he says, yes. And then let me just make sure we get that entire message. We had a rough morning and she said she's done and wants out. Our marriage is on its last leg. I'm scared she's going to leave this time. Was that a message that was common or kind of a common theme with his messages to you?
Yes.
And then he said when tones get tough, she threatens to leave, and then it was like corrected to times. Those are messages that he sent to you in May of 2020.
Yes.
And is this just kind of a sampling of some of the messages he would send to you during that time period?
Yes.
Showing you 13-2. Stop there.
Okay, we're going to recess for the evening. Ma'am, you're ordered back tomorrow at 9 a.m. See you tomorrow. Court's in recess. The defendant is also ordered back tomorrow at 9. All prior orders not
Oh, so there you have it. We will be back live streaming again tomorrow. But yeah, thanks for joining, and I hope all of you have a good night.